Hello.
What's up,
Buongiorno.
Milanisti?
Buongiorno, buonasera, and buonanotte, guys. How are you doing?
Yeah.
What's up, Larry? How's everything going?
That's true, man. Buongiorno, buonasera, buonanotte. Depending on where you are in the,
Actually, we
in
should.
the world.
Right. We should go buona mattina, buongiorno, buonasera, and buonanotte.
My God, everyone in the world.
Everyone
How's
in
it
the
going,
world.
boy? A lot of things happening in 3 days in Serie A, man.
Yes, man. It's like a tornado, man. I've never seen anything like it. And usually all this crap happens, mid the transfer market, end of a transfer market, but already right now, it's just crazy. What do you think about? Well, actually, Larry, let's start with this. Scaroni. Did you see the Scaroni interview?
No, man. What's up? What's going on?
So let's just look at the title of this report about Scaroni. He says he reveals the secret of Pioli recipe, but stresses no one is truly indispensable, which brings us to some reports that have come out today that can be a little bit, let's say, stressful, unusual, maybe reports that we as Milanisti do not want to hear. For example, Theo Hernandez being very close to PSG. Have you heard about that?
Yeah, I heard the fact that PSG wants to buy Theo Hernandez and Hakimi. No, man, I don't think Theo Hernandez is gonna move. I don't think he wants to move from AC Milan. So? No. He's not the type of guy looking for a new, club or a richer club or something like that. He really wants to stay to AC Milan. I feel like he wants to become an important player for the team. And again, AC Milan doesn't need money on the way that they're not going to offer more than 40-50 million, and that's not a game changer for us at the moment. For us, it's a game changer to have a decent left back. That's for sure.
What do you mean by that? Like a decent left back? Like, do you mean like a replacement left back?
No. That for us is so important to have a good left back. That is, we're not going to sell him for 40.
Right.
That's the thing. It's a priority in the club to have at least a top 11. And after you have a top 11, probably they are going to deal with the squad players. Maybe move some of them and get new ones, but they're not touching the top 11. I don't think Leao. And when I mean top 11, I don't consider Ibrahimovic in that, because he's the best striker we have, but no one can buy him, or we cannot sell him anyway. So when I think of top 11, I think now we have a new keeper, so he's not going to move. The right back, Calabria, Kier, and Tomori, and Theo Hernandez. Midfielder, I don't think Benacer and Kessie is going to move. And I think Selemaker, Rebic, Leao, and probably Brahim Diaz is going to come back. So these are my top 11 at the moment.
Got it. Yeah, that would be nice if they stay. I got to say, honestly, this is kind of breaking from tradition, really. Because you have to remember, like, that when Galliani and Berlusconi were managing Milan, that was the ownership. Of course, we're talking about a different era, a much more richer era, etc. But when it came to our top players, the philosophy was always incredibile, right? This is the word we would hear on the newspapers when Galliani would respond to rumors about a certain player. He would come out and would say right away, no way, this guy is not moving. Our top players do not move. So it is a little bit of shocking for me personally, I got to admit, to see reports of Theo Hernandez in Milan already, and I'm not hearing any, pushback from Milan. Rather, and then on the same day, I see an article of Scaroni saying that no player is indispensable. So basically, he made it pretty clear. And he also said in that article that they want to watch the budget, right? And also he said that, as far as the Super League goes, the project is gone, but the reasons why they wanted to start that project are still there. Okay, so the clubs do not have the funds that maybe are not going to have the funds that maybe we think they're going to have. And this news just makes me a little bit paranoid. That's what I'm saying. Not the best kind of news I want to hear right after the second place of the Serie A.
I think it's
like you think you're confident that this is just
yeah, it's just speculation. It's just
but these are words of Scaroni. This is not speculation.
No, I believe on the Scaroni's words that no one is indispensable, and I think that was an answer about Donnarumma, that people need to give up this idea of because someone is a good player, AC Milan needs to give the money they want. No one is important at the point that you have to pay to put the risk, the club in a financial risk. And that is an answer for Donnarumma, and I'm sure that is an answer for Hakan Çalhanoğlu as well. And it's an answer for all the teams that are actually dealing with AC Milan. So if we go and deal with a team and for a player, they need to understand that we're gonna offer the money, and if it's not good, we're gonna leave. That's it. We're not gonna give the money they want. We are giving the money we think is the right amount of money.
So you think that Scaroni's words were a message to the team?
Yeah, a message to the team, a message to everyone that is actually going to deal with AC Milan. For example, I'm an example. Giroud wants 5 million. AC Milan is gonna give him 4. That's it. Take it or leave it. We're not gonna change our idea. That's how we behave. The team is more important. The club is more important. We have the budget, and that is the budget. We're not gonna change anything, which is fair. I like that approach because we are not super rich at the moment, and the way to progress is slowly.
Okay. Well, yeah, let's get deeper into that, guys. In the meantime, let's say hello to everybody that is here. What's up? Let's see. Yash Patil, what's up, my friend? Carlo Moretti. I think they were talking. Oh, they're already talking about Theo Hernandez. Jaga Benidos says hello. Carlo Moretti. Buonasera.
Yeah.
What's up? Saif, how you doing, sir? Yashil Patel. Yes, very good. Okay. Light. So, look at this. Actually, this just made me think. Great penalty shootout. What did you see the game yesterday?
No, man, I didn't watch the game, but I heard it went. I heard it was a hopeful game. First of all, like really bad. Then the penalties was like kind of a Rio Ave AC Milan thing.
Yeah. And
De Gea missed the penalty, which fair enough. It's a keeper.
Yeah. It was a crazy penalty shootout. Obviously, we have some Manchester United fans that are friends of ours that come here. So I'm sure you guys are upset. Head up till the next one. But congratulations to Villarreal for winning a game, like a team that is way smaller than Manchester United. Like they don't even compare as far as budgets, as far as infrastructure. It's literally David against Goliath. So, the underdog gets the prize, fairy tale kind of thing. A very interesting stat. All 11 players of Villarreal scored the penalties. Isn't that quite interesting?
Well, they were the underdog, so I felt like when they went to kick those penalties, they were like, no one gives a shit, we're gonna win it anyway. Or they didn't feel the pressure because they don't have to win it. On the other side, Manchester United, probably the players were in the position that like, how the fuck we end up on penalty kicks against Villarreal? Oh shit, if we lose it, we're gonna go back in England in a really bad spot. And it's a good loss for Manchester United, in my opinion.
You think it's a good loss? How is it a good loss?
Because they can understand what's wrong with the club, what's wrong with the team. There is a lot of things wrong with the Manchester United. I mean, they have a budget that is insane, and they play really awful football, and the players they have, they are not good enough. I don't think the manager is good enough. And
Right. Yeah. I was watching basically. So we had some Manchester United YouTube channel host that came came and joined us before those games in the UL, and I was watching their reactions to the game, and they're very angry at their coach. They're very angry at the tactical decisions of the coach. They're very angry at how the team plays. Yeah, the coach is in big trouble. And I heard even on ESPN, one of the one of pundits there, a British guy, he had very harsh words for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer on ESPN. So I don't know. I guess he is going to be leaving. I think they're probably going to fire him, and that is going to be another bench that will have opened up. Speaking about benches, Laird.
yeah,
Because I saw here Joseph. What's up, Joseph? Conte said, Conte gone, Inzaghi at Inter, and I'm hearing Allegri's back at Juventus. Crazy 2 days. What do you think about that?
I knew already Conte was going. I told you that if they don't invest money to buy new players, he's gonna leave. He's that type of manager, and fair enough. I don't like that type of manager. I always like a manager that helps the team to get to the next level, even if they don't have the money. But Conte is that type of manager, and I feel a bit for him because he's always been in his career. He never had the chance to have a club that completely trust him and tell him, you know what, I'm gonna invest on you for 5 years. I'm gonna buy you the players you want. I'm gonna wait for you to build the team you want. And so they always use him when things starts to go wrong. They tell him to leave, or they tell him to cut finances and everything. So he did the right thing. There is a lot of other better places than Inter.
I have a question for you, Laird, and even for the chat. What you guys think? Don't you think Conte is always way too demanding? Like he goes in these places that are obviously not of like, let's say, infrastructural monetary capacity as Barcelona or Real Madrid, but he goes like at Inter, and he asks, like, he asks for the players that Inter can't buy right now, and he kind of does that everywhere he goes. Do you think this is a problem with him?
Yeah, he has a problem. He really demands a lot, especially on the financial side. It's like he wants all players that needs to be done. Done player. They already their career and everything. And another thing I don't like about him, that he deals with players really quite old school. If he doesn't like them, he just put them in a bench. He just play them 2 minutes at the end, or tell them to fuck off straight away. It's not, it needs to be more like a politician. Start to think a bit more and start to talk a bit more with the players. Try to understand that not everyone has the same view. So just be a manager. Manage people. That's the way to manage people. Different personalities, you need to combine all of them and make them all happy, so you can actually win something. He just wants to pay big players and win. That's a video game style.
Yeah. And his wages are insane.
Yeah, of course.
Insane. Speaking of wages, you know what? Actually, let's do this. Let's read some of the comments, and then let's talk about Maldini, Donnarumma, and that whole situation. Let's see. Hey guys, do you think the fans should be like the Manchester United Ultras and AC Milan manager for some clarity regarding some of their moves? Good question. I think with what I read today, my answer is more yes than no.
So what is the question? Sorry, the fans should be like Manchester United Ultras. Why?
No, because I think the Manchester United, they kind of came out like in groups protesting against the club, asking for transparency. It came down with the Super League. So I'm assuming Vic D is asking this question in relationship to maybe transfer market, things like that. especially what we read today. At least this is what I'm reading from it. Theo Hernandez, like reading an article saying Milan is close to an agreement with PSG for Theo Hernandez. Dude, that breaks my heart, man. Like, let's I want to be honest about that. If I read that, that breaks my heart because that is not the Milan I know. So if that's what you're referring to, I say yes. But let's see what happens.
No, it's not. It's not gonna happen. They lose the trust of the supporters if they do something like this. You can do something like this after you, let's say you've been in Champions League for a few years, so you've been there fighting you're competing to win something. The team is quite solid, so you can choose, to just sell the player and buy another one or try different situations. But in this situation, we need to add players to the team.
Right.
I don't think if they do something, they're gonna lose the trust of the supporters, and they know they are going so far because they have the trust of the supporters. Supporters love the Maldini, love the ownership at the moment. They really like the way they are operating, young profiles, not a lot of money, but at least proper football. So I don't think that was speculation. I think they needed some clicks. I don't know. It was a reliable source.
Are any sources reliable?
I mean, if it was from France.
Yeah, it's coming from France. Yeah, it was France football actually. France football was the last one. I think France football was the last one I saw. You can check. What these sources are.
Well,
but my thing is this: like, what shocks me is the difference in response to these. When they wanted to come for like Kaká, like whatever, Nesta, Maldini, Inzaghi, whatever. I was used to hearing, no, these players are indispensable. They're not going anywhere. But hearing this again upsets me. But let's keep on going. If you find some articles, let me know.
Yeah, on that case was AC Milan knew Nesta, Maldini, they're not moving, so that's why they feel quite strong on going out there and say they're not moving. But on Theo Hernandez, I don't know what the player wants.
Yeah, no, I think this is just PSG. Leonardo, of course. Leonardo knows exactly how well Theo plays because Leonardo is very close to the Milan universe, and of course he pays a lot of attention to what happens in Milan. I'm sure Leonardo is very interested in extracting some of our best players. So we got to watch out for him. We got to definitely watch out for him. We got to watch out for PSG right now. And if we keep this team and we start playing in the Champions League, then all of them are going to come for them. All the teams are going to go. All right, so Amir says, what's up, Amir? Gigio is an idiot. Something he should consider is the fact that we put him in the net against Real Madrid when he was 16 years old. If he was a Juve or Inter, they would have sent him on loan. Hey, I have a conspiracy theory about Gigio Donnarumma, Laird. Okay, let's test. I'm going to test myself. We'll see. So I used to watch this show on YouTube. It was like in Italian, and you had a lot of like ex-players, ex-directors, coaches, but like Moggi, people like Moggi, like Enzo Gambaro, who was a player for AC Milan. All these players that are very involved in the Serie A and very involved in that network of people. And, I want to say something. They used to always be almost always right about their predictions, right? I remember watching that show, and the season before Ronaldo came to Juventus, they were already saying at Christmas that Ronaldo had signed for Juventus. So, like, these guys are very connected. I mean, you got Moggi there. Moggi is talking. Of course, Moggi. They
know people.
They know people, exactly. And one of the things that one of the guys said, and this was, I believe it was one of the coaches for Sacchi's Milan, and he was saying already when Gigio was 16, 17, he had said that Juventus had already had an agreement with Donnarumma, And Donnarumma was eventually going to go to Juventus because Juventus wanted to maintain this tradition of having Italy's best goalkeeper, like the Dice Buffon. They wanted to recreate the Buffon thing. So this was like a few years ago. I wonder if that's the case. I wonder if that's what's going to happen. So we'll see. Right now, Donnarumma is being linked to Chelsea, to Barcelona, to Manchester United. But I wonder if that person already foretold the future and told us what was going to happen, because they got a lot of things right. So let's.
I think you're right. They know a lot of things. They know. They talk with those sport direct, and just casual conversation. What do you think about Donnarumma? And probably they could say, you know what, the guy is really talented. As soon as there's gonna be a chance, we're gonna try to take him, because it's important to have the best goalkeeper in Italy. And it's true, to have a solid and win a lot of titles, you need one of the best goalkeeper or a really good goalkeeper. And you start from the defense, midfielder, and go to the striker. But in my opinion, Donnarumma is a great goalkeeper. It's not what Buffon was in the 90s. You know what I mean? Buffon in the 90s was the OG, the real one. He was the only goalkeeper at that time, a good one. Now we're experiencing an era that there is a lot of good goalkeepers, like an insane amount of great goalkeepers. Yeah. So I don't mind. They can have it. I think the goalkeeper we have is really good.
You know what? Speaking about that, Laird, I agree with you. Honestly, guys, if Donnarumma, actually, I would rather Donnarumma stays in Italy and then goes to somewhere else, because at the end of the day, honestly, we can't really hold grudges with people. Like, if you want to hold a grudge with someone, do it. It's up to you. I personally, I'm not going to hold a grudge onto Donnarumma, like I never hold a grudge onto Pirlo, onto anybody else. I wish Donnarumma the best, also because me, as someone that supports the national team, I need Donnarumma to be healthy. I need Donnarumma to be good. I need Donnarumma to be informed, because I need him to win me games for the national team. Okay, so that is maybe something more personal for me. But if Donnarumma ends up at Juve, c'est la vie, that's the way it is. I think that won't change our future or destiny one bit. We will keep on winning with or without Donnarumma, no matter what.
Yeah, and if he stays in Italy, I wish him good things, not the best, because it means he's going to win a lot against AC Milan. So I wish him good things. I wish him a healthy life and a great football career, but not the best. If he goes out, I wish him the best. It's always nice to see an Italian player killing it outside Italy, or having a great goalkeeper coming from the well-known Farmer League, from the Premier League supporters. So it's always nice to export a great player outside Italy and show that there is a lot of knowledge in Italy.
Yes, yeah. And like this guy, Mike Magnin, I mean, I think he is such a great piece of transfer market. You literally get him the best goalkeeper, the best French goalkeeper of last season. He won the championship, had all these clean sheets. And we're talking about a league that is not easy, guys. We're talking about a league where Lille, this team with him on the pitch, beat us, right? Don't you remember that? In the Europa League. So I'm very confident that they got the right guy. And the positive thing about this, Laird, is that his stipend is only 2.5 million. Meaning there's a lot of space to give someone else a lot more money. And this is something you were saying a lot, and also Jan was saying a lot, right?
Yeah, we're saving money to give this money to Kessie, Benacer, Theo Hernandez, a lot of players that deserve a lot of more money. I think, and going back to Theo Hernandez, I feel like these are all news from that newspapers put out for agents so they can get a bit more money from the club. So
I hope you're right, Laird. I really hope you're right.
It's just out of nowhere, man. I feel like it's so out of nowhere. And I understand Hakimi. Inter has financial problems, and I think if Inter wants to keep winning in Serie A or be competitive, they need to keep Lukaku, and probably they need to keep Lautaro Martinez. So Hakimi is a good sacrifice. If they can manage to get 50, 60 or 70 million, whatever they need to be safe, I think they will sell Hakimi and still try to win the Serie A, because you can put a quick and good right wing over there, which is not Hakimi, and maybe he's not going to do 8 goals in a season or a lot of assists, but you still can win the Serie A because Lukaku and Lautaro, they're going to score a lot of goals next season again.
Yeah. It would be ironic to see our ugly cousins get completely demolished. But karma, guys, let's think about karma too. Let's wish everybody the best. All right. Okay. Look, so Laird, Youssef says the Teo news is reported by Foot Mercato and a Bild journalist, not reliable source in my opinion. I actually like what you said. I think that makes sense. That does make sense. Which it could be a strategy to negotiate just contracts and renewals.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's. I don't understand. It seems like PSG spend enormous amounts of money and still get profits and match FFP rules. Let's see more about PSG. PSG are taking the opportunity to spend big this summer because financial fair play is being scrapped for next season. This is why clubs. You got the multi-billionaire president. He's going to spend money.
And the chairman of PSG is sitting on the UEFA board. So,
sorry,
the chairman of PSG is sitting on the UEFA board.
Oh my!
So
God.
he knows how to find a way to not pay to avoid the financial fair play. He knows the rules. He knows what sponsorships he needs to make more profit. Yeah, of course, and buy more players. How the fuck PSG makes profits and gives a 30 million contract to Neymar? That's just a joke, man. That's a joke. The sponsor they get is just a joke. But whatever. We cannot fight that. The only thing we can do is we can fight these clubs with the supporters. We can have the best atmosphere possible for a game, the best stadium for a game. We can love our players the most, more than any other club. We can do a lot of marketing and make it happen. Like everyone wants to come to AC Milan.
Yeah. And also, football talks on the field, right?
So, yeah, exactly. So if we play attractive football, players at the end, they're gonna choose that.
Yeah. Yes. Hey, look at this. So here, 2 things I'm reading right away that are very curious to me. I'm reading Abramovich is making Lukaku his priority. What do you think? Will Shinter sacrifice or what? So you just said no. You said probably not. They're going to sacrifice other players to keep him, maybe.
No, to be fair, if I was running Inter at the moment, okay, I will send them in Serie B first of all, but whatever. If I have to run Inter at the moment, I'll make everything to keep Lukaku, because Inter without Lukaku, I'm not sure he's going on top 4. Let's be honest.
No. Lukaku is
going to make a top 4 without Lukaku.
Lukaku is like 30% of that team.
Exactly. And he's not replaceable. It's not like you go to the market and you buy somebody else.
No. Lukaku is top. You got to buy Lewandowski. That's a replacement.
Exactly. Yeah, you have to buy Lewandowski, Harry Kane. So you have to spend the same amount of money. So
right.
It's not worth it. So if you want to save your club and stay relevant for the next season, you need to keep Lukaku. Maybe sell Lautaro, Hakimi. Sell 3 players, but still you have to keep Lukaku to make it top 4. But yeah, Abramovich is a rich man, and if he likes something, we know he goes and get it.
Yep. Yes, that is true, and he's done that with us already. So look at this. I did not see this. What do you think about this? Andrea Dicis, did you guys see Romagnoli meet with Inter? Okay, Laird, before you go, I just have an opinion right now that has has formulated in my mind recently. I am sick and tired of the Raiola players, so I honestly don't care.
Yeah.
If he wants to go to Inter, go to Inter. Have fun, man. I have no harsh feelings.
I mean,
that's all I gotta say.
What a stupid move is that? They are not getting paid for 6 months, the Inter players. At the end, he's moving for money now.
Money and probably technical reasons too, because he's not getting. Right now, Tomori has surpassed him by miles.
Yeah, you can go to Roma, you can go to Lazio for technical reason and get paid, or you can go to Juventus. You can force the Juventus transfer.
Right, or we can trade Romagnoli for some interesting Lazio players, because Lazio is a perfect place for him. He's a Laziale. Lazio doesn't have a coach right now, which actually we should talk about. Lazio doesn't have a coach.
I will trade Romagnoli for Eriksen.
Eriksen.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I think that would be a great trade. You're talking about Inter, Milan.
Yeah, if he really wants to go to Inter and he's already agreed with Inter, I will trade him with Eriksen, or I will trade him with. Let me think. No, but I don't think they're gonna sell Barella, and I don't think Barella wants to come to AC Milan.
But Eriksen would be perfect for what we need in that attacking midfield situation. Especially you don't like Çalhanoğlu, so.
Yeah. Eriksen is better than Çalhanoğlu, and he can be a midfielder as well. And I don't think he's happy at Inter, so Eriksen can be an option. Why not? Or I don't know. Or Lukaku.
Okay. Yeah, that would be nice. So real fast, guys. So now let's go back to Milan and let's talk about. There's some other Milan. So there are 3 more Milan items that I want to discuss today. Okay. So let's start with the Giroud item. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's interesting.
So, what are your feelings about Giroud? I have my ideas. What do you think?
You go first, so I can disagree with you, because I'm not disagreeing a lot recently.
Okay, all right. Okay, so it is not a signing that excites me. I'll go straight up. I'll just say that right away. It is a signing that I see more as a backup of a backup. I think our number 9 there, we can't rely. We need to get a big player there. Now, if you have, let's say, Ibra, Vlahovic, and Giroud, that'll be amazing. If you have Ibra, Belotti, Giroud, that'll be amazing. If you have Ibra, Depay, Giroud, that'll be amazing. If you have Ibra, someone good, Giroud, I'll be very happy. But if you just present to me Ibra and Giroud, I am worried that we will be facing the same issues that we face with Mandzukic.
Oh shit! I have to agree with you, but but no, that's a good thing. That's a good analysis. I think I totally agree with you. It's a backup. I don't think it's similar as Mandzukic, because he's been playing, he's been training professionally, and in a really, at least, physical demanding league, the Premier League. So definitely is healthy. It's 34. I'm sure if he comes and play for AC Milan, he can score between 10 and 15 goals next season. He's a goal scorer. If you cross the ball, if you put in the last 20 minutes when you need a goal, he's that type of player.
He's a target man for sure.
Yeah, he's a target man, and he doesn't have the talent and the vision Ibra has, but he can replace Ibra. Yeah. Because it's a similar type of player. He's not fast, because Ibra is not fast anymore. Holds the ball and plays for the team.
Yeah. And in fact, if you think about like the game against Udinese, do you remember the game against
Udinese? I would love to have a player like Giroud. So you start to cross the ball, you start to create chances, and he can do a 1-2 with the number 10. So for 4 million a year, I still think is a good deal. He's a great backup for Ibrahimovic. I'm sure Ibrahimovic is going to play between around 20 games next season. So Giroud is going to play the rest. And if the disaster happen, probably Rebic or Leao is going to step up for that position. So I don't think the strategy of AC Milan, if they go for Giroud, they are done with strikers this year. That's our striker.
So you think Giroud is the guy, and then that's it? We're not thinking about the number 9 position anymore?
Yeah, knowing how AC Milan has, knowing our budget and considering the team we have, probably Pioli told them, because people need to remember the last interview Pioli had when they asked him why we lost and we didn't win so many games outside, at home. Sorry.
Yeah. What did he say? Yeah,
he says basically teams when they come in San Siro, they have a different approach. They hold back and they wait for you, and we need a lot of quality on the last 30 meters to create chances. That means Çalhanoğlu is not good enough, in my opinion, what he was saying to the club.
He kind of did say that.
Exactly.
He kind of really did say that, because I remember it. He said that Milan is in the bottom half of the table when it comes to puntare l'uomo.
Exactly. To dribble, to create a chance of 1v1. We are the worst. Basically, we are really bad.
Yeah.
On the last 30 meters of dribbling, creating a risky chance, worst.
Right. Like, we're one of the worst teams in the Serie A as far as doing that.
So
that is a dig. That is a dig.
So that makes completely sense to me. So the whole strategy of the club is to spend all the big money to the number 10 or to a really creative wing. So they are not going to spend the money for a striker. And Giroud can be a good option. You have Ibra, you have Giroud, and you can put Leao or Rebic in that position.
Or Rebic, right. I mean, you're right. That is true. We would have 4, like 3 good options. And I honestly think that Leao, the more he plays, the more he's going to learn.
I really believe Leao is going to score. This season he scored like 7-8 goals, something like that.
Yeah.
I really believe with a really good number 10, Leao can achieve between 12 and 15 goals.
Yeah. And guys, just to clear some air, I've been very harsh on Leao, but I wasn't really harsh on Leao. I was harsh on the manager. I honestly think that Leao is super, super potential, and I really believe in this player. So yeah, I definitely have a lot of faith in Leao. So you're saying they're going to go for Giroud, have that target man, have that second target man. Then they're going to have the 3 options as the center forward going in the season are going to be Ibrahimovic, Giroud, and Rebic. Yeah. But the focus is going to be in the attacking midfield position where that creativity needs to come from. And that is what, obviously, you have to think that because of that statistic that Pioli pointed out, they are going to try and fix that statistic.
They are trying to fix that position. And he pointed out that problem. And I feel like the club is working with Pioli, like is listening what he's asking. So probably they're going for a proper number 10. I think that the whole money AC Milan is going to invest this summer is going to be for that number 10.
And this is who I want. Please.
There is a lot of options. There is a lot of... Dybala is one of them, but Juventus are a bunch of motherfuckers, so you never know. I really like Joao Felix of Atletico Madrid. I think he's the perfect number 10 for us because
Joao Felix would be impossible for us to get though.
Yeah, I feel the same. He runs a lot. He gives a lot and is really technical. He has a nice view of the game.
You know what the problem is with Joao Felix? But he is super, super hot property, and he's very young. He's very, very young, and it's like Haaland.
But he's not happy at Atletico Madrid.
He's not happy. Well, if he would come to Milan, that would be fantastic. Shit, I don't know. I think clubs like Real Madrid, Barcelona will have would offer him more. Well, let's see. Yeah, Joao Felix, that kind of player. But Dybala really is not a number 10, to be honest with you. Dybala is more like he's more like a seconda punta than a number 10.
Yeah, he's not gonna run back and defend, but that's why you have to build a game that you control the game. You have the ball.
But with Dybala, this is what I would do. I would do a 4-3-3, right? And have whoever in the middle, Kessie, Benacer, or Salamakers, Benacer, whatever, blah blah blah, and have Dybala on the right, Ibrahimovic in the middle, and on the left, Rebic, Leao, or whatever.
I feel like with Dybala, Salamaker, and Leao on the wings, they can come back more often and cover defensively for him. So it becomes a 4-4-2 from a 4-4-2-1. And
Dybala, you can put Ibrahimovic and you can put Ibrahimovic and Dybala playing together.
Exactly.
That would be beautiful football. Oh my God, that would be beautiful football.
Dybala is a great option, but yeah, the profile is or someone like Dybala or someone like Joao Felix. And when I say Joao Felix, I'm not saying exactly him, but a player similar like him, a player that runs a lot, that plays for the team, that is really valuable technically and creativity, everything. I remember he wasn't happy, and Atletico Madrid plays a lot of defensive football.
Right. It doesn't suit Atletico Madrid. Doesn't suit his style.
Doesn't suit his style, and a lot of big clubs are looking can go and get him. But there is another issue here.
What is that?
Going back of the big club, that Joao Felix, if he wants to leave, all the big clubs have someone really important in that position. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Except for Milan.
I mean, I don't know if he considers AC Milan a big club and a big move, but Bayern Munich.
No, I know what you mean. Man City, De Bruyne, Bayern Munich, Manchester. Yeah, Manchester United actually.
Bruno Fernandes, they love him. He plays there, so they're looking for different positions. They're looking for Sancho or other players on the wings.
Yeah.
And Real Madrid, I don't think he's going to Real Madrid because he's an Atletico player. And Real Madrid has a lot of players offensively. And they don't have money. Barcelona, they need to get rid of Griezmann. And that makes me feel if Griezmann goes to Atletico Madrid, maybe Joao Felix can leave. I'm dreaming here.
Yeah. But it's okay to dream. It's good to dream. Exactly. It's good to dream. All right. So before we go into other Milan topics, there are two more Milan topics I want to get into. Let's read some of the messages here. Eastbourne says, Giroud and Amina Deli, he can play as a second striker too. So these might be the two that will sign this summer. So Amina Deli is that League 2 player, right? Guys, I think the way we should approach that player is like a Hagwe. Like he's a very interesting young potential, but it's almost impossible for a player like that to come in and have an impact right away. If he does, that will be awesome. But he's probably more going to be a player that Milan is going to develop, maybe send him on loan, a player that we're not going to see much. We're probably going to see him in the Coppa Italia here and there. So obviously they're going to be more ambitious for a right winger.
Yeah.
I'd stick with Mata and let Krunic go. What do you think about that, Lard?
No way, man. I'm not sticking with them. You can have them.
Oh, both. Lorenzo Colombo for our third striker. Yes, I'm okay with that. I'll be happy.
Yeah, I like a lot Colombo.
But as long as we get another technical player, a creative player, like you were saying, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. We need a number 10, man. It's such important for our game. Is the key player at the moment.
Yeah,
and we are so good in the midfield. Like Kessie, Benacer, Tonali, they're doing well, man. They're really good. So the number 10, it just brings us to the next level straight away.
Yeah. I agree with you 100%.
It takes a lot of money.
And also the story about Çalhanoğlu, it seems like I don't know where that's going at this point. At this point, I don't care anymore. Actually, I just want to say something real fast. As you can see, the thumbnail for the AC Milan show here, whatever, is different. And the reason why you only have Maldini on the thumbnail is because right now, this is Maldini's time, okay? This is Maldini. The players are on holiday. The players are going to play the Euros. Right now, the focus is on Maldini and what they do. So it is appropriate to have Maldini on the thumbnail. And also, the thumbnail had Donnarumma, had Çalhanoğlu. These two players are going to be gone. So for the summer, we're going to change that thumbnail and then bring it back later. Milan Butch says, Insigne has 1 year left on his contract. Oof. Yes, let's get Insigne.
I would love him, yeah. That's another number 10 that will play really well for AC Milan. He plays on the wing, I think, with Napoli. But he can play easily in the middle there as a second striker, helping Ibra or Giroud. No, he's incredible.
Yeah, when you have the feet, man, you can play anywhere, really. Saif Najjar says, I don't understand what a world-class player like Milenkovic-Savic is still doing at Lazio. The guy's world-class. And honestly, when we were talking about Romagnoli and Lazio, I was thinking, if I would get a player, do some kind of exchange, it'd probably be Milenkovic-Savic. Milenkovic-Savic is a freaking good midfielder, man. Like a really top class midfielder. Like in Lazio, we're not even seeing him at his best. You put this guy in a tops team, then he'll even bring it up a step up. What do you think of Milenkovic-Savic?
He's a good player, but I don't follow a lot of Lazio. I see a lot of highlights, to be fair, and he's always involved or he's always scoring. So, but I believe if he was so good or he was so functional to AC Milan, I will believe Maldini will go for an offer.
Yeah.
So I think they have the data, the whole information to understand if he's the right player.
Yeah. Milan is going to go for functional players for sure, no doubt.
Yeah, so if they're not buying it, probably Lotito doesn't want to sell. He's happy at Lazio, or it's not what we're looking at the moment. So,
yeah, yes. Eastbourne says if Ronaldo, and actually let's just open a little segment here, a short one, Laird. If Ronaldo leaves the Ballo, will be the main man for Allegri. So Juventus has sacked Pirlo, and Allegri is back in Juventus. Allegri is a tough motherfucker to play against. The guy knows how to win his Scudettis. The Serie A got a little bit more difficult. Maybe if we even had Conte and Allegri and Mourinho, wow, that'd be a difficult competition. But we lost Conte, but we gained Allegri. So what do you think about Allegri coming back to Juventus?
I personally think it was a wrong choice for Allegri. But the man had to work, to make some living. So he had to come back for 9 million a year. So I don't know. I think like if I'm Allegri and Juventus sack me for salary and after for Pirlo, I will be like, fuck off, man. I'm not coming back. Just eat your shit. Sorry for the language. Just you fire me because Ronaldo weren't happy about me and the way I was managing the club. You fire me because the supporters were saying every weekend Allegri out. Fuck off. I'm not coming back. But
he does have a good relationship with Agnelli. So but I remember when they were seen together, like in watching football games together. It seems like he does have a solid relationship with him. Do you think this will make Juventus more competitive, or do you think this is going to be a building year for Juventus?
No, I don't think it's going to be more competitive. Still, Juventus is going to be top 4. Struggle. I don't think they're going to win this area.
Guys, one thing about Allegri, that his football is awful. I fucking hate the way he plays football. It's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my whole life. I know some people like it. I know you liked it, but to me, it's
at AC Milan, I liked it. At AC Milan. At Juventus, I didn't follow him a lot. So for me, it's more like I really believe if you don't have the players, as much as you can be a great manager, you're not gonna achieve the main result, which is winning a league. You can always achieve a relative win, going top 4 or getting the most out of those players. But to win a Scudetto, you need the recipe, which is a great striker, a great midfielder, and a great defensive line, and a great goalkeeper. Now, you tell me, who is the great midfielder Juventus has?
They don't have one.
What about the striker? They have a great striker.
I think they have. I think they do. With Chiesa, Dybala, those two are top, world class.
But they're not a striker. You know what I mean? They're not that 25 years.
No, they're not number. They're not number 9s. Yeah,
exactly.
They're not.
And defensively speaking, they don't have fullbacks, and center back is like just the league, and that's it.
Well, the league I think is one of the best in Europe. The league, Cuadrado is starting to get a little. No, they have to rebuild. They have to rebuild for sure. But you're right. They don't have a top midfield, and they don't have a top goalkeeper either. Who knows? Maybe they will. Who knows?
I mean, they're gonna have Donnarumma in a bit, but that's fine.
Okay, so you know what? That's what it is. Allegri is back into the Serie A. Allegri, one thing that Allegri is very good at is looking. The way he competes, Allegri, is stages. He looks at every part of the Serie A as a stage. Stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a guest here, or rather, the king of RossonAri TV. What is up, Ari?
Ciao ragazzi. Yo,
my man.
Yo,
how you doing?
I'm still
how you
buzzing,
feeling, man?
I'm still buzzing. This is how I wake up every day. This is how I stretch. It's a happy stretch. For the last 7 years, it was a pretty curled up, sad, gloomy morning, but now it's a happy stretch every morning.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do with the shirt? Kaká's shirt with Donnarumma signing, man.
Man, it also has the whole squad signing. So here's the good part. Here's the good part. I had the whole squad sign in the front, Gigio sign in the back. So I'm just gonna frame it from the front.
That's a good thing.
Gigio's gone. I don't mind any of the other ones. It has Cutrone as well. I don't mind Cutrone. It has a bunch of players. None of them did what Gigio did. So
Ari, what do you think? What do you think about Gigio? What do you think about him possibly going to Juventus? I think, based on some information I've gathered through the years, could be real, could be not. But what do you think about Gigio in this current moment?
It's a tough one with Gigio. A part of me wants to really hate him because this saga already happened, and then he said he wants to stay. He wants to stay multiple times. He kissed the badge so many times, and we knew his agent was a shitbag, but we still knew that Gigio wants this. Gigio wants us. We want Gigio. Gigio will sign again because it had already happened. We knew that after the Donnarumma saga, the Curva Sotro, and the money saga, if he's went through that, then now he's definitely staying with us, especially now that we're making the Champions League. But the day after you make the Champions League, after going all through all of that drama and all of that BS, the day you make the Champions League, you're still denying a direct conversation with Maldini and saying my agent will handle that, and the agent still trying to milk Milan for the day we made the Champions League, the goals achieved. The
timing is so weird.
The timing is heartbreaking, and heartbreaking for a fan, and I'm sure heartbreaking for Maldini too. But what Maldini did was an absolutely brilliant business decision because it sets us 50 million on the right, not just right now, but it's going to save us hundreds of millions in terms of how in terms of this precedent that Maldini set, that this shit ain't gonna be okay with us. Now we know that players who like to tax PSG and Man City and Manchester United just because of the tax, right? they won't be able to, those agents won't be able to tax Milan because they know Paolo Maldini let not just a simple keeper go away, but one of the best potentially one of the best keepers ever go away. That's how potentially, right? We'll find out in 10 or 15 years if he becomes Buffon, or if he reaches those levels. But right now we can safely assume that he can reach those levels. So potentially letting one of the best keepers ever to go away.
I like that, Ari. I like that.
I was so proud for AC Milan that day, man. When I heard the news that Maldini says, I'm cutting with this bullshit, I'm going and get that keeper. And I was really happy when the Mike came to AC Milan straight away, man, during the night, coming here, signing the contract, really, wanting to be an AC Milan player. I really like that. So I'm like, I feel like Gigio Donnarumma doesn't even have a club anymore. He was so confident that Maldini is going to give him the money.
I bet you that Gigio is pissed off at
exactly. He feels 100%. Like now. He thought he's gonna break up with us. And we broke up with him. And now he feels like an idiot.
Even if Gigio gets his 10 million from whoever, right? Agnelli or the City Sheikh or the PSD Sheikh, whichever guy gives him the 40, I'm 10. I'm sure he'll get the money he's asking for at some point. But he's still pissed off right now because Gigio did not expect himself to go out of Milan like this. For some reason, even after bothering and holding Milan down, he still believed that this was going to work out and I'm going to come out a Milan legend. But that's not happening anymore, and it's not happening in bad blood. That's what Gigio will hate Mino Raiola for, that you made me quit in bad blood. I could have just signed and then been sold for 100, 120, whatever, but you made me end my Milan reign in bad blood. That's what Gigio will remember.
Man, I want to say something. I really doubt he's going to sign a higher contract than what we gave to him. I really doubt that.
Man, the only reason I would agree with you is because all the rich ass clubs have a steady keeper right now. All the really rich clubs. If one of them was hanging on to a 40-year-old Buffon, then I would disagree with you. I'd say no, PSG, or United or whoever needs. But everyone, even Juve, have a solid keeper. So that's what's bad for Donnarumma.
He's gonna get 6 million a year, man, and he's not gonna be able to walk in Milan anymore.
Oh, that's for sure. I mean,
believe me,
I've never been in Milan, to the city, unfortunately, shamefully. But I know the red and black half of Milan enough that I can say that he's going to be insulted so much he's going to have to leave the city.
Yeah.
Real quick, this brought me to this. It reminded me of something I read actually yesterday. Saki came out and had an interview, I think yesterday or the day before, and he spoke about Donnarumma, and Saki was shocked that Donnarumma made this decision, and he really criticized Donnarumma for not respecting Milan, not respecting Milan's history, and not respecting the fact that Milan brought him into being a soccer, professional soccer player, and nursed him into potentially one of the best goalkeepers on the planet right now. So Saki was very, very, very critical of him. And he talked about two incidents in the past, Kaká and Shevchenko, how they also chose money over the colors of a shirt, but how their careers went downwards after that happened. And he warned Gigio that might also happen to him. So he has
They are all cursed, man. If you wear this shirt and you leave it for money, you're cursed forever. And you're going to see that. Even with Gigio.
Yeah, man. It's I know Saki has all the reasons to be disappointed. I'm sure Mihailovic is disappointed too. He really brought up the sensation, right? He gave him the start at 16. This is just an all-round disappointing show. I'm sure even Andrea Pirlo, who is notorious for leaving Milan and going to successes. I'm sure even he is disappointed in how Donnarumma handled the situation, because at least Andrea Pirlo's departure, regardless of how much some of the fan base hates him right now, at least his departure was respectful. He cried and hugged all the guys at Milanello, Ambrosini, Gattuso, Zambrotta, all of these guys, and then he left.
And that brings me to this, okay? And that brings me to this, guys. Did you see Gigi's Donnarumma Instagram right after all this news came out? It's literally it's him smiling and saying, "Yeah, I can't wait for the Euros." Like, where is the tag? This guy is so.
The picture from the Italian camp.
Yeah, it's a different generation, man. It's a different generation. I'm gonna sound quite old now, but I feel like it's a different generation. Brought up with social media, 4-4-3-3 or BR, whatever is that shit. They all aiming to play in 3 clubs: Real Madrid, Barcelona, and I don't think who is the third one. They don't realize that football. They don't realize what does it mean to play for 90,000 people in San Siro to win something important. They don't even realize that. It's gotta be too late when they're gonna realize.
Yeah,
Donnarumma.
All right, guys, listen, there are 2 more Milan items I wanted to talk about. So one of them was regarding Calabria and what the news that came out today about Calabria. So Calabria basically had an operation today or yesterday, I believe, a hernia. So that explains why he was out of the under-21 national team and out of the national team. So Calabria now is going to be out for about 6 weeks. And so just that regarding Calabria. And do you guys have anything to say about that?
It doesn't matter. They didn't fucking select him for Italy.
Right. And I think that's probably why, that was already in the books.
Yeah.
And the last thing I wanted to talk about was Tonali and the reports that are coming out of Tonali. So apparently there was a little bit of disappointment regarding Tonali from what I'm hearing. And it kind of sucks because I think Tonali is an excellent player and I really want him to do well in Milan. I want him to stay. But it seems like they want to negotiate ulteriorly with Brescia and maybe even bring the price lower because maybe they're not so happy of Tonali this season. This is kind of discouraging to me. I don't like hearing this news. I had and have a lot of faith in Tonali. What do you guys think about this?
Well, I have a lot of faith in Maldini, so if he's doing that, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, and if I'm Brescia, I'm not lowering Tonali's price by a single euro because I know that he is worth the money, and if Milan don't buy him, someone will be ready to pay more than what Milan has to pay for Tonali. So they're gonna, and I mean, can't discount the fact that he's got an incredible amount of grinta and potential in him.
Yeah, and guys, I really think that Tonali should play a little bit more forward on the field. I think playing so deep, he's kind of wasted. I think they need to play him a little bit more forward because when I watched his games at Brescia, every time he was back behind the line there, he would touch the ball here and there, but most of the time he's not touching the ball. But anytime he was up front in the last 30 meters, he'd always create something. He'd always look for the through ball. He'd always dribble. He'd always open up something. I don't know if Tonali is being used properly. That's just a feeling I have.
Oh, but here's the thing. We play with a double pivot. If you're talking about playing Tonali up front, you're talking about breaking up the midfield and pretty much changing up the formation of that, at least how the midfield shapes up in order to have one of the midfielders, go up ahead and play there regularly, because as a double pivot, of course, you're barely going to see him up there. So you're talking about an alternative formation to what you.
Yeah, and maybe even sometimes he could play that attacking midfield role when you just want to. He could be he could be the Krunic of the situation.
Well, if we tried Mete at number 10, we can one day even try Tonali at number 10.
Yeah, I feel like Tonali is still not completely confident on wearing the AC Milan shirt. he feels the pressure a lot when he plays. He's not the real Tonali at the moment. So we're gonna get the player and his full potential when he's gonna get rid of that pressure. So as soon as possible, hopefully. But that's
Yeah. And PT says, guys, Tonali has one more year on this loan deal, so they should wait and see what he does in the first half of next season before any permanent transfer happens. Yeah, guys, so those are all our Milan reports for the day. Let's open the lines and let's have some nice conversations with anybody who wants to join us today. And let's have some
Ari,
fun.
what do you think about what's going on in Serie A recently? All this manager moving.
Juventus. There was a bunch of news about Juventus. Gattuso moves to Fiorentina. A move that I don't particularly hate because he's reunited with Jack Bonaventura. So that's kind of nice. And I'm not sure if Ribéry is renewing or not, but I would like to see Gattuso and Ribéry go at it and with the same side. I don't think he should have been sacked though, because he brought Napoli pretty close, and the Champions League spots were hard fought number 2, 3, and 4 this season. So literally, it was decided on that Hellas Verona goal, right? Otherwise, Gattuso would have technically beaten Juventus, the current reigning champions, to a Champions League spot. So. But the managers these days, there's no respect for managers. I feel like they can be sacked whenever, even after winning a trophy, as you see so much in Europe these days.
They get sucked by Twitter, man.
True.
Twitter sucked them. People wake up in the morning, they don't like him, and you're gone. It's sad. It's sad. Yeah, hopefully, let's see, man. What about Giroud? What do you think about Giroud? Are you happy? I saw your video.
I like him, but he's still not the only answer. I still want another striker, because at the end of the day, we know Leao can't function at center forward, and now we're relying on 40-year-old Zlatan, who is going to play a maximum of like 35% of the season. And then the backup is a 35-year-old Giroud. So we can't have a 40-year-old being backed up by a 35-year-old. Even though Giroud's a good replacement for that target man, I still need another striker to see this team going, as Roy says, deep into the Champions League.
Yes, sir. Guys, sorry, my someone restarted the router.
Okay.
Guys, in the meantime, let me introduce Joey. What's up, Joey? How you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm up to my neck in boxes and bubble wrap, just packing my room up. I had one question for you before I have to get back to it. If all the rumors are true, with all these coaches changing, the only 2 teams that haven't changed their coaches in the top 10 in Serie A are Atalanta and AC Milan. So does that make us favorites for next year? And then I'm just going to hop off.
No worries.
Okay.
That's a good question. I think Atalanta is still favored to go top 4 if they keep most of the players or the key players. And they don't have the pressure. They're going to play well. I don't think Inter, if they sell Lukaku and another key players, they are gone. They are done. Still, people think it's the manager that changed the team, but I think it's the players. And even Inzaghi is a great manager. As soon as he loses 3 games in a row with Inter, he's gone. The mess starts again. So Inter needs to keep Lukaku. And Juventus, I still believe they need to invest a lot of money. They need to get rid of at least 6 or 7 players and buy 6, 7 players. So still they're going to struggle a lot top 4, but referees are going to help them a lot next season. Like referees helped a lot Conte when he came to Juventus and they won the Serie A. Referee, they're going to help them from the first game until the last game. You're going to see that. But I don't think AC Milan is going to win the Serie A. I feel like we're going to see a magic year. Atalanta is going to win it. I feel that.
Wow. Guys, we have a prediction here 27th of May, 2021. Laird says Atalanta's winning the Serie A next year.
If they keep all the players, or at least 90% of the key players, and maybe they add some clever player, and Inter sells Lukaku or other few players, for sure. I have that feeling Atalanta is gonna make it. It's gonna be insane.
I'll let Roy answer, but what I have for this question is an idea that IFTV does too. All four of us, Aaron included, will get together 1 week before the season starts, and we'll do our season predictions of top goal scorer, top assist man, and top four of the Serie A. And then we'll revisit them. I know IFTV does that, and it's pretty fun. So thanks for the idea, man.
That's a really good idea. Okay, so I think you bring up a really good point. Usually when you have these teams that are going to have a new year with a coach first time, there's always a time. You always need a time in which the coach needs to develop his ideas, transmit his ideas, so it takes time. And this is going to be an advantage to teams like Milan and Atalanta, because Milan already has an idea that they've been performing for the past. Now it's going to be in the third year. Usually the third year is always your best year. Your first year is your building year. Your second year is where you solidify your ideas, and your third year is when you start executing your ideas by muscle memory. So this is going to be great for Milan. I think Milan is a better team than Atalanta. I think Milan has all the chances in the world to win the Serie A. If we came second this year, there's absolutely no reason why we couldn't come first next year. I think if the season ends up being Atalanta versus Milan, to be honest with you, I would be a little bit surprised, because I do expect Juventus to come back strong. Juventus has this tradition in the Serie A that they always come back strong in the Serie A. Inter, I don't know. Inter, for me, honestly, I can't tell you right now. I don't know if Inzaghi can reproduce what Conte did. Inter is very difficult, like Lart said. You lose 3 games there, and it's chaos. It's absolute chaos. So I think you're right. AC Milan and Atalanta do have a very good chance of winning next year because of this factor.
If Lukaku goes. Because if Lukaku stays, in my opinion, they can still challenge for the title without any problem. That's my opinion.
Got it.
All right, thanks, guys.
What about Ari?
I think Milan, because I'm 100% sure our right wing will be strengthened, and when it is, I don't know if it's a Serie A team, a team that can win or lift the Campionato, but it's definitely a top 4 team, especially with Inter weakening. And Inter weakens the biggest pillar is Lukaku, but Inter is still weakening if they let someone like Hakimi or one of their other strong midfielders go. So I still see Inter slipping up, especially with Conte going to, because Inter is a locker room mess. All right, these guys are only looking like they have chemistry right now because of that 9-game streak, and now that they've won the title together. But if what Suning is doing happens, this locker room energy that comes after you win a Scudetto is going to disappear, because 3 or 4 main elements of the locker room energy are going away. One has already gone away with Antonio Conte. So this is a locker room that can. I don't think it's going to function well with Inzaghi. So Milan definitely I see in the top 4.
Yeah, I think Inter, you can't be a mid. Okay, I could be completely wrong about this, but I think with Inter, you can't be a mid-table coach, come in and do good. You have to have a coach with a lot of experience. You need to have a coach that knows how to win. Otherwise, they're going to eat you alive.
Yeah, I mean, that's facts. Look at the last 10 years. Look at from Mourinho all the way to here. What happened, right? Conte is a big manager. He's won trophies. He's big money. And that's exactly what happened with Inter. And, of course, Lukaku.
All right, thanks, guys. I'm gonna hop off and get back to packing stuff.
All right, man.
I'll keep listening.
Thank you,
I'll keep listening.
Awesome.
Thank you,
brother. All right, guys, we got Saif in the house. What is up, Saif? How you doing?
What's up, Roy? What's up, Lart? What's up, Adi? How are you guys doing?
Great.
Good. I'm doing great. I'm having great happy morning stretches these days.
Ari, are you going to buy the season ticket?
Years. What?
The season ticket for AC Milan.
Dude, what's the is the Serie A coming in, or how's it opening up in Europe?
They say
I know in
50%.
America they've already started to open stuff up.
50% capacity at the beginning of the season. They're gonna be the stadium probably. So probably after Christmas is gonna be 100% capacity if the COVID doesn't hit during the winter, and keeps the numbers down. Probably it's gonna be 100%. I'm going to buy the season ticket. I will try to buy it. I'm gonna try to buy it.
See, here's my problem. I live in fucking goddamn United States of America. So
Yeah,
the
Ari,
buying
Liart, exactly.
is like you know what? Here's what I will say. I have an Instagram post and this is a promise I made myself, and I've made it an Instagram post. It's from November 2017. As you can see, I'm in my Milan shirt, and I'm saying by 30, I want to be casually flying to Milan on weekends to see my boys. This is supposed to be a motivation post, implying that I need to become a millionaire by 30. And if I'm able to make those strides, then 100% I'm going to be a season ticket holder. I don't care if I'm flying 20 times a year.
Ari, my dream is for you to become a billionaire and buy Milan, because I know that.
Man, that's gonna be a do.
I know that if you own Milan, we're winning every year.
Dude,
no, man, I'm gonna fire people every week.
If someone gave me fucking 2 billion or 3 billion, because you can't do Milan with 1 billion. One's not enough. One's only enough to like buy and have enough in the bank to support any kind of liability you have. You need at least 2 to 3 to buy and run Milan, because you need the liquidity pool. So if someone gives me $2 or $3 billion, this club is never seeing banter era's shadows again. We're gonna make Roy the head of the coaching staff. So Roy is not going to be the coach, but he's going to manage the medical and coaching staff, because we already know the technical abilities that Roy possesses. Liar, he's a film guy. So we already know that he can bullshit people really good. So what he needs to be is a sporting director, manage all these agents, players, and transfers. That's what Liart did that, because I can't confront people like Liart can confront people.
And
Liart,
I want to say...
What?
I want to say something about Liart, because we had a private conversation once, Liart and I, and he was talking about ideas of how to make Milan money, success. Liart has some very smart, intelligent ideas that were very good.
So that business side is Liart's, because again, Liart's a direct person. I can't deal with arguing with people and confrontation. I'm just not good, but I feel like Liart's like great at it. He doesn't care if he's pissing you off, but he's gonna get the point across. I don't have that ability. And then Morali, we're gonna set to partner with Puma and Adidas to design our stuff, and make sure every year's kits and Milan's marketing is done right. And then I'll just pump in the money and sell it. And I have a suite at the top of San Siro.
We promise you that if we ever get to own Milan like that, we promise all of you guys listening that every single year Milan is going to finish in the top 2 and top 2 in the Champions League.
And all these early supporters, early subscribers of RossonAri TV, they all get season tickets.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, that's something's not gonna happen. Let's see our friends what has to say. What do you think about this plan, man?
Guys, before we do that, let me introduce Antonio. What's up? And Saif also, I haven't heard much from you. How you doing, Antonio?
Yo, Roy. Hey, guys. What's going on?
What's up?
I haven't been on a live with Ari yet. So, hi, Ari. I started I got into the channel because of your reaction video to the Rio Ave penalty shootout. So,
oh, really?
That was pretty amazing.
What's up, man? I'm glad you like. That's still my most viewed video ever. So I hold that video in great regards. Just like I hold that penalty shootout in great regards, because that penalty shootout was the beginning of us going back to the Champions League, the very beginning. So that penalty shootout is always going to be special to me, and
You're so right, dude.
I appreciate it.
That penalty shootout definitely felt very special. Huh?
Yeah, and that night was a symbol, was a metaphor for how our season went. It was cold, rainy. At the end, we needed blankets like Hakan to really survive, but we came out on top.
Last moment.
At the last exact moment, exactly. And Donnarumma was the protagonist.
Well, to be fair, he did. It took him a little while to finally get a save.
True.
But you know, yeah, he did make the save. So
and he missed a penalty. So
oh yeah, that was so funny.
My God,
wait, hold on. Was that Saif or Antonio? Who's?
I'm Antonio.
Okay, Antonio.
Yeah. I just wanted to say about Donnarumma. Like, so yesterday I saw I was watching the AC Milan Twitch stream that like everybody was talking about because Maldini was on there, and or I think it was, I'm pretty sure it was yesterday. It might have been, yeah. But yeah, so Maldini was talking about Donnarumma, and he basically just confirmed the fact that he was leaving, and he said he told the supporters to basically like not take it so like personally, and to kind of, you know, take it as it is, Gigio, like not to attack him, but to just kind of move on. And he just made his decision to leave, and because of his own reasons, or maybe Raiola's reasons, whatever. But you know, I think I really agreed with that message, because we need to. I think, you know, we can even. I know he's selfish because of financial reasons, but we should maybe thank him for what he did, and then, you know, kind of just move on and forget about him. I think we have a good goalkeeper, and I think we can't really dwell on that player. So I don't know what you guys think about that.
Well, let's
ask Saif what he thinks.
All right, Saif has been silent all this time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I apologize, guys. There was so much noise around me, so I put on mute.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm like I said many times. I think that the Donnarumma situation is creating so much negativity for the club. I think the club is going through a really good phase right now. But the whole thing about Donnarumma, he's a mercenary. Yes, we all know that. I fucking hate the guy. He can go wherever he wants. But the reality is we have Mike Mignon, who's a very good goalkeeper. One of the best in Europe this season. We shouldn't talk much about Donnarumma anymore. He's a forgotten man. He has been brilliant in a couple of times, but he also has been shit, like in the Coppa Italia final against Juventus, if you guys remember, where he shit the bed. So, yeah, so good riddance. We move forward as a club. And I saw someone talking about early predictions. I predict that we're going to compete for the Serie A next season.
I think so.
Along with Juventus. I think Juventus is going to be a contender with Massimiliano Allegri.
Wow. All right. There you guys. Another prediction, guys. So it's going to be between Juventus and Milan.
I agree 100% to what he just said. Like, I actually forgot I was going to say this earlier, but I think Atalanta, I don't see them winning. They have a good team and a good coach, but I don't know, unless they get some crazy new players, I don't really think they can actually win it all. But Allegri, he's experienced, he's won it. I see him maybe taking Juventus back to their level. So, you know, I'm scared. I think Milan also have a great chance.
Yeah, I mean, look, Pirlo was second guessing all the time. Like he was second guessing himself, which helped us in a way, helped many other teams. But with Allegri, there's no second guessing. The guy's done it, and done it again. So he knows exactly what to do, when to do, how to do. He's going to be tough. He's going to be a tough opponent.
So how is going to manage to teach Betancourt how to pass the ball? It's a bit late.
Oh, they definitely need to make investments. If they don't make any investments, then of course not. But they have a good coach now that's like actually won it. So it's up to them, and I think they will make investments. So yeah, we'll see. But they're dangerous.
And not to make this about Juventus so much, but it's very weird seeing many Juventus fans against the move, because Allegri is a world-class coach. He was wanted by Real Madrid and Arsenal, many top clubs in the world, and the fact is, maybe he lost the Champions League finals, but it was against the best Real Madrid team maybe ever in a stretch of time, and against Barcelona, who had the greatest attacking trio of all time, possibly. So I think Juventus are a team that could be worrying. I think they're a midfielder and maybe a defender away from being strong contenders to win the league, to having the advantage over Milan. So many people are counting Juventus out already, which is weird. They have many quality players.
Never do that. Never do that with
Yeah,
Juve.
exactly.
And more importantly than the quality players, they have deep pockets. Agnelli's deep pockets in football. At the end of the day, they do a lot more than just the players. So so that's what Juve have, and they will take advantage of it.
I want to disagree with you, Ari. I think the Allegri move was because they don't have any money and they need someone to fix the problem.
Well, it'll take about 2.5 years if a sporting director can get rid of the dead weight, kind of on a small level what Maldini and Boban set out to do after Mirabelli's huge wages and the wage sheet that they gave to Maldini and Boban. It's going to take about 2 to 2.5 years, but Juventus, their fat, old receipt can be refreshed, and then they're back. And again, they've got the money. They don't have FFP problems because they keep playing Champions League, and by Gattuso's will, they're playing the Champions League still. So that money can still make a difference. But I agree, they do need to get refresh that receipt. That receipt's killing them right now.
Yeah, that's it.
Larry, you really think that Juventus is not going to be competitive next year?
I think Juventus is going to be top 4 next year, but I don't think it's going to be... And still, being top 4 is competitive. It's a pain in the ass. You're going to be there 6, 7 points, 4 points from the first place. So you're going to be always a pain in the ass around all the season. But I don't think they're going to win the Serie A. And it's... I don't know. I think Allegri doesn't have the same ideas he used to have 10 years before. He's more conservative. So I don't know. And they have a lot of bad players. And I hope AC Milan doesn't get none of them. It doesn't help them to get any player.
I mean, if someone's offloading, I would like maybe an Inter offload. I could name a couple players that I could take off from that bankrupt squad, but I wouldn't take anything from the old lady right now.
Who would you take from Inter?
Dude, if they let Lukaku will never happen. But I really like Hakimi. If somehow in our system, I don't know how, but somehow, because he's almost can function as if there's a defensive backup, either from the double pivot or the way the defense is organized. He can almost act as a really good constant attacking threat from that wing.
Right.
I like players like that just because I play on the wing, and you know me, right, Roy? I'm kind of like Theo Hernandez reminds me of myself in my prime. That's how I kind of like to think about myself when I was graced the soccer fields, which I still do. But my speed is starting to suffer. I don't make those dashing runs, 90-yard, 100-yard runs anymore.
Easy.
It's just that I lose the gas now, so I need the ball on the.
Ari, 2 weeks of fitness with me, you're back in it, no problem.
You are PSG and what, Valencia? Was it?
Espanyol.
You've seen those academies. You've been in those academies. I think if I am put through a crash course, I will do it. And if I meet I've made this a goal. I've already made a plan of when Milan come to America next and how I'm going to intercept them again. Hopefully, if I do that, I'm asking Theo Hernandez to race me. It's going to be great for the channel, and I think it would be amazing because people underestimate me, Roy, but when you train me, you'll see how fast I am.
I don't underestimate you at all.
Yeah, I'm pretty fast, man. It's like I know I can beat 4 players on our team for pace.
Damn, nice. Yeah,
Are you
man,
talking
so-
about
You
Romagnoli?
guys, Gigio and Romagnoli don't count, Ari. Come on now.
Tataruzano, Romagnoli, Gigio is gone, so you're in trouble now.
I don't wanna like insult any of our current players, but I really don't like Romagnoli like as a player, not as a person, but like so I wouldn't mind
Don't
if
say
he
it
left.
loud because they're gonna get trouble on selling him. So we need to protect the lover.
Right. But just to like add on to what you guys were talking about like the teams next year, about winning the league. I'm just like from what I'm seeing, like with all the different like coach swaps and everything, I'm scared of Juventus because there's a lot of teams that are getting worse, like Inter, and Juventus I think are getting better with Allegri. Obviously, it's not going to get much worse. Even if you don't think Allegri isn't that good anymore, he's still going to be better than Pirlo. He's going to be more safe, and against the small teams, he's going to at least pick up wins consistently. I still think he'll be really good, but we don't know. And also, yeah, the summer transfer market is long, and Juventus are basically just trying to make sure that they'll be the best, they'll be as safe as possible for next year to win by putting Allegri in as their coach.
Yeah.
So Inter look like they're in shambles. I don't like Inzaghi as a coach, so they look completely off in my opinion. And then Milan, I think, are one of the like 3 teams like with Atalanta and Juventus that I think can really win the league. I would say Juventus and Milan have a bit of an edge over Atalanta, and I think that it just depends on how we reinforce. But I think we really have a great chance to win next season. Like if we don't have a chance to win, that we came in second this year, then who does? You know?
Yeah. Well, guys, there's one name that we're not mentioning here. What about Roma and Mourinho? Because that's a top coach too.
No way.
Ooh.
Because it's their strategy is weird. Mourinho is known for more experienced, world-class players to work with. Roma, on the other hand, has many young potential stars in the future, and I don't think Mourinho is going to suit that, honestly. And I'm not sure the Roma's board is going to provide him with many names in the Mercato.
I think that's the question. Just really quick. I know that it just depends on how much they end up investing because they're linked with all of these great players. I think, for example, Sanchez from Lille and also I think Alon Saint-Maximin too from Newcastle. They're linked with him. Like they're linked with all these players with a lot of quality. But I don't know if they're actually going to get them. So it depends on if they make investments.
My opinion on this is a little different from the side of Mourinho. Mourinho, as we all know, has kind of during the last decade or half a decade lost his special one status. It's pretty clear that he's kind of, or at least he's faded away from the special one status. And in these 5 to 7 years, he has been in the dugout for very rich clubs, providing him money. This one is a club that Mourinho himself knows cannot provide me the money that Real Madrid could provide, cannot provide me the money that Manchester United could provide. So Mourinho, for the first time in a while, at the same time as trying to rekindle his career, knows I'm about to get into a project that's not going to give me the money. So I have to go back to the drawing board, back to the 10-year-old drawing board where I was the special one and I was actually going from my mind and not just searching for money to buy players with. So I think Mourinho's whole approach to coaching is going to change with Roma because Roma unlike all his many of his previous clubs, cannot provide him the means, and he knows that, and he knows that his special one status has almost disappeared. So he's going to bring something out. The only thing Mourinho can do is bring something out of the hat, and I think he's going to do it.
But Ari, even when he dominated with Inter, half of the squad was aging and likely to retire. Roma is very different, and I'm not sure he's the perfect coach for a long-term project. That's the thing. So that's my opinion on why quite possibly he will fail at Roma.
Just to add, before I know Ari wants to say something, but before I just wanted to add that if Mourinho can't win or can't make the Europa League with Harry Kane, Heung-min Son, in that attack for Tottenham, I don't really what is he gonna do with Roma? I think it is ambitious, but it depends on who they sign. But I don't know. And I think like Ari was saying that I think time has not been kind to Mourinho in that sense. I think he was better back then, even with older players.
I think Mourinho lost the way of managing people. He doesn't know how to manage the new generation of players. I don't know if you guys have seen All or Nothing on Amazon about Mourinho.
Yeah, I've seen it. Tottenham, yeah.
And Tottenham. Basically, the dude is like a ninth. Managers used to be in the 90s. He's telling the players, you have to train better. Fuck off, you're not good enough. You're staying in the bench. You're not playing 3 games because I don't like you. And players, they just get defensive and they say, fuck you, I'm not playing anymore. I don't believe in your cause and I'm not going to play for you anymore. Before, 20 years before, 10 years before, if you told a great player, you're not training good enough, I'm going to keep you in the bench. He's coming back into you and saying, okay, I'm going to prove you wrong. Now, players go to Instagram and complain about it. And he doesn't realize that. The players have changed now. You need to be more, you need to have an approach similar that Guardiola, Pioli, Klopp, these people have, actually helping them, comforting them when they're not playing well. Leao with Mourinho already gone, already sold.
Are we doing a Champions League final watch along?
When is the Champions League final?
It's Saturday.
I won't be able to. Yeah, you can do it. Yes.
Light, are you here? Me and you and I can do it if I think I'll be available.
That'll be amazing. Yeah.
Who are you guys rooting for? Pep or no Pep?
Oh,
sorry, I staged the question like that. I'm just a big Pep fan. City or Chelsea?
I like Pep Guardiola, but I think Chelsea is going to win. I've been saying that for
me too.
Since they won against Porto, I think. No, when they got Porto, I thought they're gonna win. In my opinion,
I predict penalties and it's a toss-up.
Penalties and a toss-up. I say Pep's gonna take it, and Aguero's gonna end his career beautifully, which is also what I kind of want from my heart.
Yeah, I mean, I like both of them, and whoever wins it is good, man.
Chelsea's a young team too. I think there's I just want Aguero to win a Champions League with City. That would cap it off. Plus, it would light a fire underneath United's ass, a team that really needs some fire to come back to the glory days, just like us. They've been in a better slump than us in the last 7 years, but they've still been in a slump considering the Sir Alex Ferguson days. So I think that's also going to light a fire under United's ass, which is going to pump up the Premier League more.
But Ari, don't you think that pressure also plays a huge part? Because Man City, if they lose this game, they're going to be a laughingstock around the best teams in Europe. So I think Chelsea, they have nothing to lose. They have, when they played against City this season, they beat them in the FA Cup. They also beat them in the league. They have this way of defending really deep and then hitting them on the counter with fast players up top. So I think that's why Chelsea could do some damage. Also, City doesn't have a striker to compete with Chelsea's defense, fast defense. So that's why I think Chelsea might win.
Well, but at least they don't have Samu to put as a false striker. They can put De Bruyne or
Samu Castillo. He's just at this point, I consider him as a weight that is destroying the San Siro grass by running over it. That's nothing more. I don't think of him any. Well, actually, that reminds me: is Atlanta pissing off or not? Because now both Inter and Milan are going to be playing Champions League games in the San Siro. So, if Atalanta's still using the field, imagine. You know how bad the San Siro pitch is anyway, mid-season. If Atalanta play there too, imagine what's going to happen to our already ridiculous home form. There's going to be ankles breaking. Right.
They are going to play in their stadium.
But I think this season they played in their stadium. Well, they didn't have fans. They didn't capacity.
Yeah, that's the so I don't know if the restrictions, the COVID restrictions allowed them to go back to the Bergamo.
Right. It might be because of that.
They might have to come back or find another solution. Okay.
The thing was,
as it's been, the Bergamo has been approved.
Yeah, the Bergamo has been approved, and there was an excuse for Atalanta to make more money with the bigger stadium.
Great. I thought it was just a COVID thing. They took advantage of a COVID loophole or something.
Yeah. That's
guys. Just kind of a random topic to talk about, but I was just very concerned by this. I heard you guys talking about Theo Hernandez earlier. I think. What do you guys like? Apparently, this is real. Like they're actually like PSG are like seriously trying to get him this summer.
Well, look at it this way. Let me go. Look at it this way. Ari, what did Ari just say? He said he wants Hakimi, right? So if you get Hakimi, what do you have? You have Theo Hernandez on one side and you have Hakimi on the other side, right? Or did they play on the same side?
No. There are different sides.
Right. So I mean, can you get any better than that right now in international football? Of course, that's what Leonardo wants. Leonardo wants Hakimi on one side and wants Theo Hernandez on the other side. So, these teams with that power, with that economic power, they're going to go and do that. If I was the head of PSG, Real Madrid, Barcelona, I would do the same. I'd go for Hakimi from my right side, and I'd go for Theo Hernandez on the left side.
God.
And then my fullbacks are set for the next 10 years. So it's going to be up to Milan to fight against these sharks coming in.
I think they Milan. What scares me is I just read a report that says Milan are like not going to talk unless the price hits like 40 million. But I think he's worth more than 40 million. Yeah. So I hope that report is just wrong.
So Vito Angele, he's the publications manager for Milan Reports, and Milan Reports is like one of the two big, I guess, third-party Milan publications, Sempre Milan and Milan Reports. Vito just released he tweeted out about 30 minutes ago saying Milan have made it known that Theo Hernandez is not for sale this evening. And so Vito, I don't know where you put Vito in your chart of credibility, but in my opinion, he's a great journalist and he's also a friend. So I am. That's why I'm not really thinking about Theo, because Vito said this guy has insiders, people he knows in the club. He's saying that Theo Milan have made it clear, and by the mentality Paolo Maldini is living through right now, I completely believe it. I completely believe that Maldini has completely locked down Theo, and there's no chance of us, giving him away for 40 or 50 million.
I'm glad.
And also, there are many. There are also many factors which make you think that for sure that he's gonna stay. Maldini's praised for him. His idol is Maldini.
That's his project.
Yeah, exactly. The many statements made by Theo Hernandez this season only, not just last season. I'm happy at Milan. I want to stay for many years. I will never think of leaving. He's the type of player that shows a lot of passion for the team, unlike that dickhead who left.
Well, the dickhead also kissed our badge and multiple times in the last 2 years said, I want to stay.
Yeah.
It's a small strategy agents do. Bobo Vieri was talking on the channel, and I remember it used to happen a lot in Italy 20 years ago. agents talk with newspapers, just put down these news, so I can get a 300,000-400,000 more a year for the next contract.
And dude, it's bullshit. Contracts in European football, I don't know, maybe Roy knows more, are absolute bullshit in terms of the complexity. Mino Raiola wants 20 million to get a signature of Donnarumma. That's absolute bullshit.
What a waste of money. Waste of money.
And not just Mino Raiola, any of these expensive agents. So from what I know, my information might be a little, kind of.
No, I read that too. Yeah, that is true.
But from what I know, American agents, the ones who manage like baseball contracts or football, American football contracts, these contracts are actually very, because of the corporations, the National Basketball League and the National Hockey League that are set up over here, National Baseball League, because of those corporations, those contracts are actually very, very complicated to navigate through. And so the player's agent and his company actually works a lot on the front of the club and the player to get these contracts set. And even they don't land as much as European soccer agents do. And European soccer agents, in terms of the complexity of the contract, don't do shit. I can download a contract right now and switch up some numbers and be a pretty good agent. Not like maybe not Mino Raiola level, but a pretty good agent in terms of having all the templates down and not having to do much work, aside from that. So it's bullshit how much soccer European football contractors are just like kind of robbing the clubs off of.
But that's the fault of the players. So the function of the agent in Europe is that you are a young player with a good agent. You get inside AC Milan, Inter, Fiorentina, Roma, whatever. So the good agent knows direct sports and everything, and they manage you to come to the club you want to go. So they sell you. They are good sellers. So I remember when Raiola took Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Zlatan Ibrahimovic was for Ajax, and Zlatan Ibrahimovic took Raiola because he told him, I want an agent that brings me to play for Juventus or AC Milan. And Raiola kind of explains him what he has to do to get that level. So that's what the agents do in Europe most of the time. Now, the fee Raiola asks or the fee George Mendes asks are really rare case. Really rare. Like most 99% of the players, agents get like a percentage of the transfer.
Yeah.
Which is 5, 3, 10%, whatever. At least at that time, I remember when Kaká moved, the agent, which once his father, got like 7 million or something like that, which was 10% of the whole thing. And the club who bought the player paid the fee. So it's Raiola is just making a mess. Raiola, no one's in Europe, no big team wants to deal with Raiola anymore.
Let's get Raiola out of football. This guy is ruining football.
Guys,
yes, Roy. Yes, Roy. You say that, but just to be fair, though, although he's a piece of shit, he's doing his job, and it's the fault of guys like Donnarumma and Romagnoli, who's not even good enough to be a starter for Milan, let alone be a superstar. It's the fault of the players that are not even kids anymore, that they listen to him and they betray the team that they love. So that's
I honestly can't argue with that.
Here's the thing, can you really blame Donnarumma too? If you were 16 years old, you played for AC Milan, this guy tells you, yo, I can make you 10 million a year, whether you play for AC Milan or not. If I was 16, 18, 20, I don't know, man. I would go with Raiola as my best friend.
Guys, I think it's worth. Wait, guys, hold on. I think it's worth also to blame the clubs, because there has to be a certain point where they, like what Milan did, they have to say no to these high wages and these outrageous demands. The big clubs are not saying no, so the agents are just getting as much money as possible. So that, I think, like, it's also to blame. The clubs are to blame. Also, just before we get back to this conversation, just a quick note that's like kind of relevant about Serie A. Venezia just got promoted to Serie A. They scored a 93rd minute goal to
Whoa.
beat Cittadella and become the third team
Oh,
to get
wow.
promoted. So that's just
Wow.
for Serie A. Just to let you know.
Venezia has a really cool jersey. It's gonna be cool.
Guys, get Saif and Antonio more involved. I'm about to head out, but Roy and Light, when you're heading out, text me. We'll have a quick little chat about the
All right, perfect.
about content.
All right, ciao, Ari. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ari.
Goodbye.
Forza Milan.
Yeah, the
Um,
injury problem is you say yours, man. What do you think, Roy?
About oh, sorry. Just repeat it. Repeat. What was it? Just
Well,
remind
the
me.
agent situation in Europe, how they behave, and
Oh, the agents.
Yeah.
No, I think the way Raiola is, it's not really so much the business aspect that bothers me. It's the sporting aspect that bothers me. That these agents are not transmitting to the players the sporting aspect, and the respect, the humility towards whatever clubs they're playing, the way they communicate with the club that then goes out in the newspapers, and how that and the perception that creates with the fan. Like, this is not football. This is something else. This is disgusting. This is ugly. This is not what I want to see. This is not what anybody wants. Nobody likes this guy. Nobody likes this guy. Like, you can do all your deals. Look, what's his name? Cristiano Ronaldo, 30 million a year. Okay, 30 million. All right. So, but how come we don't hear George Mendes being a piece of shit on the newspapers? Why don't we hear George Mendes being a piece of shit with any of his players? Because why did George Mendes win Best Agent of the Year, and Raiola is a player that pundits on TV say no clubs should be dealing with him? This guy is toxic, and he is ruining a very beautiful aspect of football. It's something we got to deal with. And to a certain extent, in Italy, this has been a theme for a while. We have these characters that come out of Italy, like even from players like Cassano, Balotelli, a lot of toxic heads, and now it's slipping into the agency aspect of it too. I don't know, man. I'm not happy about it. That's
I don't blame on the Donnarumma case, on any case when you are a free agent and you're not signing the contract they are giving to you. I feel like the blame is to the player. Donnarumma can seriously say to Raiola, man, you're fired, and I'm gonna sign an 8 million contract.
Exactly.
That it's simple as that. It's simple as that. If you think you are the best goalkeeper in the world, and you want to play for AC Milan, you fire your agent, you get George Mendes, you sign a contract for AC Milan, and tell George Mendes, after 5 years, if I want to leave AC Milan, find me a club. Simple as that. But probably there is a lot behind that we don't know. Probably Donnarumma signed a contract with the Raiola that he cannot leave. He has a 5 years contract, so Raiola is dealing for Donnarumma, and he's kind of in a golden cage. You cannot come out. You know what I mean?
And also the family is involved, the brother is involved, and all that stuff. It's probably a very complex.
It's something bigger than him, in my opinion. And another thing is when Maldini says a sensible guy, I feel like he got upset with Curva Sud because they treat him really bad. Which, if you cannot handle that, you can go for Paris Saint-Germain. I don't even know if they have a bunch of supporters over there.
Oh, no, they have supporters. Trust me. I know all about it. And they're annoying as fuck, and they love that team, man. But PSG definitely has supporters.
Yeah, go to Chelsea, the posh area of London, and no one is going to talk to you, and you can play for Chelsea for 10 million a year. If you cannot handle the supporter of AC Milan.
Yeah.
That's it.
100%. Let's read some of these comments and let's see what our friends are saying.
Bro, there was a good one. Can I?
Yeah, go for it. Do it. Go for it.
I think I lost it. Talking about the issue of us not being able to give high contract to players.
Oh, nice. Go for it.
I cannot find it. Oh yeah, this one. I think this one was a.
Right. Yeah, this was a good one. Yeah.
What do you think? What do you guys think about not being able to give high contract to players? Is it gonna damage us, or I don't know?
I mean, isn't that just remain to be seen? KC has not been given yet a contract. Ibrahimovic has been given 7 million a year. Okay, he's Ibrahimovic. But I think the management could have done with 8 or 9 million for Donnarumma. It's just that 12 million was too much. It was too much. The fact that the management is willing to give players like Ibra 7 million, like Donnarumma 8 or 9 million, I think that tells some good things about the management. They are willing to do that for world-class players. They're just not willing to over-exceed in it. That's the thing.
All right, I have a sub question to this question here. He says, Mr. Michael Iliska says, I'm worried we'll have issues keeping world-class players. I mean, that's the thing. Like, this has been a theme in the past, and Milan has already had to face this situation that when it comes to competing for wages, like, hey, we got to accept the reality. Players are greedy. So when Manchester City comes and says, I'm going to give you 10 million to sit on the bench, when I'm going to give you 15 million to play, half a season, I mean, can we compete with that? That's going to be a problem. I think this is going to be a problem. This is going to be a problem for sure. I definitely think this is going to be a problem.
The main issue for AC Milan is that AC Milan plays in a league and in a country that it is poor. I mean, it's not the richest country in Europe, and it's competing with the clubs of the Premier League. They compete in a really rich environment, rich country, and a rich football culture. And he's competing against Bayern Munich that has a monopoly in Germany, which is a powerful country. So if you are the richest country in Germany, you are the richest country in Europe, basically. Because you don't have competition. You can buy whatever player you want. You can win the league anytime you want. And AC Milan is competing against Real Madrid and Barcelona that are institutions in Spain. No one can touch those clubs. Even if they have a billion debt, somebody's going to give them the money to survive. And that is something you cannot really compete. Is bigger than... And on the other side, you have another situation like Bayern Munich, which is Paris Saint-Germain. Oil money. They are the only club in Spain, in France, that actually have money, and they can become like the next Bayern Munich. And in Italy, there is the problem. You are in a poor country, and there is a lot of competition, which is the opposite of Germany and France. So the only way for AC Milan to keep their players and play for AC Milan is to have attractive football, a great supporters, a great stadium, a great environment, the best management team possible. That's the only way. We're never gonna pay more than those players, than those clubs for a player as a salary and as a whatever it is, buying a player. It's never gonna happen for the next 20 years, at least.
Unless a big billionaire oil guy comes in and does.
But not even that, because a big millionaire with all money goes and invests in England because there is an incredible return in terms of.
Yeah, you're right.
If you put that money in Serie A, this money just
in Italy in general,
disappear. You get nothing back. You don't get a new stadium. You don't get the love of the community. You don't get money. Nothing grows. It's like the field at the moment in Italy is embarrassing.
Yeah. No, you're right.
It takes time.
Comes onto the country. And just something I remember reading in that Scaroni interview today, and someone actually is talking about, he was also talking about the stadium and how they are still in the process of wanting to build a stadium. He said, Scaroni, in his interview, he said that he wants to have the new stadium by 2026. Okay, so that's what's going around. That's what they're planning. But another thing in that interview that I read also said the value of Milan. The value of Milan is between 400 and 500,000 million, while Real Madrid is 2 billion, 2-point-something billion. So when you said, these teams are competing with institutions, you're absolutely right about that.
And also, Roy, just to paint a quick picture, Felipe Anderson, who was in 2017 or 2018, one of the hottest prospects in the Serie A when he was with Lazio. He left Lazio, which missed out on a point or two in the Champions League race, and he joined West Ham, who in the season prior, I think, were battling relegation. So that just shows you the difference between the clubs in England and Italy. You bring a team like Everton now, who finished 10th in the Premier League. If you put them in the Serie A, they're in the Champions League place, hands down. So that sucks. Italy is not. We're strong locally, like in Italy, but there's a reason why when we go to Europe we get embarrassed. We're not good enough for Europe.
And this is what it comes down to, and something that I also spoke about the other day, or the other live, is the youth system, and that's when you compensate. You create the players in your backyard the same way Barcelona did. Barcelona started this cycle by creating their own players. That team that won all those Champions League, they all came from the cantera except for 3 or 4. Literally all of them. Xavi, Iniesta, Messi, Pedro, and Busquets, and other guys I can't remember what their names were. But so this is something that the Milan should start thinking about, because the culture is there, the philosophy, the technical European football is there, but they should be more focused on creating these players. And if you create your own players, then you're good. You're good to go.
But the problem is, Roy, everyone in Serie A should do that.
Everyone in Serie A, yeah.
Everyone is being so selfish at the moment. Juventus is hiring Allegri again instead of facing their problems and realizing that, listen, we're just overpaying a bunch of awful players, and we don't have anyone decent from the youth. So, and something is wrong with that. Or when you go and see Inter supporters say, "Oh, well done for winning the trophy. I paid all of my players." Well, that's a trophy. That's how the world works, basically. You go to work and you get paid, man. You work in a healthy economical environment, not like, oh yeah, we're gonna pay you in a year, and now let's win this Scudetto. Like, it really matters, the Scudetto. And now they are in complete shit. That's not the right environment. Supporters needs to start and change that. I would love to see Inter supporters and say, you know what, just sell all the players you can sell and restart the project, but with young players, and follow the what Atalanta is doing. I think AC Milan is doing something similar. It should go in that track. Everyone needs to go in that direction for the Serie A to grow again. But everyone is going in different directions.
Yep. Yeah, that's a great point. I actually was just about to talk about Inter. Imagine being an Inter fan right now, and just you're gonna be in the first pot in the Champions League, and you're gonna be with Simone Inzaghi as your coach, without Lukaku, without all of these players in the Champions League, and they were all talking so much trash about how they would pass the group stages this year. I know Inter fans are obviously just gonna cling to the trophy, but I'm telling you guys right now, I would rather be a Milan fan today than an Inter fan after this season, because like Liar just said, what's the point of just going for short-term success and never building anything serious that can last? I don't want to always just be I don't want to build up, put all these investments go bankrupt for a year and then just be horrible the next year. I think, like I said, I believe that in resetting and going into rebuild mode, which is something that we didn't do for a long time until recently with the young team. I think that's the best way to build up, and it's not natural to just be putting a bunch of money and making these investments that you can't pay. It's just a bad way to approach things.
Yeah. Guys, so speaking of contracts and speaking of players, are always in the theme of what is going on. So regarding Kessie, these are the numbers that are coming along, between 5 to 6 million. I think we all agree that they need to do this right away, right?
I would pay for it myself.
You pay for everybody. Yeah, me too. We should all pay for him right away because he is clutch. He's definitely the most important player. And guys, now that Donnarumma is out, so he's definitely not going to be the captain. Obviously, Romagnoli seems to be on his way, so we are going to most likely have a new captain for the team. I think it's a fair assumption to say Kessie is going to be the captain. What do you guys think?
Either Kessie or Calabria. Both I respect so much. So, and they both be happy with whatever. So, because they just want to play and they just want to respect the team.
I love them, but I feel like the right personality to be a captain is Kier, in my opinion. He speaks facts. Is not afraid to say, "Oh, we are playing shit," or "We shouldn't get these goals," or "We should put more intensity." He has the personality to. Ibra as well. Ibra is a captain, and actually, the being a captain can keep him a bit more humble and more, thinking a bit more instead of doing some stupid shit in the pitch sometimes.
I like that idea. I think Ibra should be the captain next year. I love that idea.
I think Kier or Ibra are the best captain for the next season, and it's important for them because they're ending their career, so they need some responsibility to push a bit more on the performance.
That's a great point because I actually wasn't thinking about it from like a personality perspective. So yeah, I think Kessie and I don't know. I think Calabria has a good can have a personality, but he is kind of young, so we don't. He might before he gets that confidence maybe. But Kessie is more quiet. Like he doesn't really.
He's a silent leader. He reminds me a lot of Pirlo. Pirlo wasn't talking a lot in the pitch, but he was a leader.
Also,
no,
I like. Last thing.
Sorry, Antonio. Let me just say this before we move on to another subject. I like the idea about Ibra making him captain because Ibra, that's not going to change anything for Ibra. That's not going to phase him. He already is the captain. So you might as well just put the armband on him. Now, we don't want a situation where we put the armband on Calabria and then Calabria has some shitty games and then then the same thing happens with Romagnoli where the captain and you can't have the captain on the bench nor Kessie. I wouldn't want that to happen with Kessie. I like the idea. Let's give this responsibility to the veteran. Let's give it to Ibra. I hope they do that. Or
guys, how time flies. How it's actually very nice hearing all these players being named captains, young or old. I remember the time when De Sciglio was our captain. Remember? That was, oh my God, that was terrible. We've gone from De Sciglio to Kessie. Thank God, seriously.
De Sciglio is such a joke.
Apparently, he was the next Maldini in the early 2010s, if you guys remember. That whole bullshit Italian media shit.
The last time I saw De Sciglio, he was getting nutmegged by Mbappe in League One. Like I was watching Lyon versus PSG highlights, and I was like, "Oh wait, that's De Sciglio." And I was like, I just saw him getting destroyed. I kind of felt bad for him.
Yusuf says, "If Dybala joins, would you give him the armband?"
No.
No.
Of course not. Of course not. Let's read some more comments here. Let's see what our friends are saying. Let's go with this one here. Serie A Eastbourne says, Serie A needs to change the system. The FA are all corrupted. This is the reason still living in the 90s. Yeah, we all agree on this, and we've spoken about this. Ollie Oxen says, Milan's youth tend to get tossed out and become successful in mid-table teams. Petagna, Verdi, Cristante, but our youth team haven't been good recently.
Well, I will keep Cristante instead of Meite. That would be a great
I agree with that.
option. The problem about Milan youth is, and you touched that point, Roy, with the Barcelona thing, that they don't build the youth on function of the first team. They should play like the first team played, with the same formation.
Yep.
They should try to find players without the same formation characteristic. So when you're looking for the next Theo Hernandez or the backup of Theo Hernandez, you have it already in the youth.
Yeah.
You don't need to buy.
And Laird. And it's such a simple equation, right? You don't need it's not rocket science. And what's his name? Freaking Cruyff. Did you see Guardiola on Bobo Vieri TV, Laird?
Yeah. Barcelona's been doing this for a long time and it's insane.
Right. and that's what they do. They start these kids from 6 years old in function of the first team. So when they come of age, they know exactly how to play and the style, and the philosophy, the mentality.
Barcelona start to fucked up when they start with the marketing and buying player. Yeah.
Chelsea, Fikayo Tomori, Tammy Abraham, Mason Mount, Reece James, all of these players are from. Yeah, they're all from the Chelsea's academy. They've produced, they've been with Chelsea all their life. It's just about modernizing in that sense. We need to invest in our youth and scouting.
And coaching too. Oliox is not just my favorite. Provincial governments that are the problem. Why do they insist on keeping the San Siro? Obviously, so the government can earn rent from Milan. Yeah, that's been a problem for many years. Kessi should be the captain, according to Ibra. According to Ibrahim, Ibra as captain for me. So Calabria is the longest standing player. I honestly wouldn't want, after what we spoke about today, I wouldn't want to give him the captain armband. Kjaer should get it. So a lot of people agree with you, and I agree with you too, Lart, about Kjaer. I mean, he is the captain of Denmark, so he could easily be the captain of AC Milan. Calabria should be the captain. I bet Allegri will build Juve around De Sciglio.
Guys, I just wanted to say, can you guys? But I don't think Kjaer has ever played in the Champions League.
Yeah, he's played in Champions League.
He has, because I remember I heard somewhere after the Atalanta game, Ibra said which one of you guys has played in the Champions League, and only Çalhanoğlu raised his hand. But I don't know. I didn't know if Kjaer did or if he didn't. So.
Yeah, I think he played in the Champions League because he's been around with Sevilla when Sevilla was winning the Europa League and they were playing the Champions League the year after.
I think with Fenerbahce of Turkey as well.
Exactly, Fenerbahce as well. And I think he's done some appearance in. It's just Kjaer is not that person and he's listening what Ibra is saying on the banter period. It's just. But yeah, Champions League is a great.
Guys, this is also weird news. I'm sorry to interrupt, but Giorgio Chiellini is expected to extend his contract with Juventus until June 2022. Massimiliano Allegri wants him to stay. Fabrizio Romano just posted this, which is kind of
they don't have money. They don't have money.
I still think he's actually a very good. He's old, yeah, but he's still very good. I think he would start for a lot of top teams in the world, Chiellini, in my opinion. He's very good. He's very good.
Juventus fans are probably upset right now because they were expecting a big rebuild with the new players.
I want to respond to this. I want to give you guys the RossonAri TV official answer to this question now that we have discussed it. What are your thoughts on the rumors Hernandez to PSG? So according to RossonAri TV and according to the information that has come out so far, which I'm very happy about, Milan said they're not planning to sell Hernandez. And we believe that the only reason these rumors are coming out is because the agents are just trying to, maybe bump up his price and maybe manipulate the contract a little bit and just get his name out there. But for sure, Leonardo is looking for Theo Hernandez. I'm 100% sure about that, because anybody with half a brain would want to have a Theo Hernandez in their team.
Guys, just to add something, I saw much on the news today and I wasn't in the whole stream. Many news came about Tonali, and he will return to Brescia or something. Is that real?
Yes. So regarding Tonali, apparently the voices are that the coach was kind of disappointed. I was very disappointed in hearing these words, that Pioli was disappointed in Tonali this season. I thought, the guy's 20. Give him a fucking break. I hope that was bullshit. But the guy that said this usually he's from Milan Hello, so he's right there in Milanello. So
I saw from many sources as well, not just from Milan Hello, from many sources all around.
Yeah, many sources. So basically, it seems like they want to kind of renegotiate the contract and see if they can get a little bit of a discount. That's really what's going on there. I hope they keep Tonali. I really do, because I mean, we got to build these players. They're there. Let's build them.
Yeah, Roy. Just to add, I think it's fair for Pioli to be like maybe disappointed, but I don't think that I don't agree that he should. We should get rid of him. But yeah. Of course, Tonali's season, I'm sure he would even admit, was not like that good, and he would be disappointed in his season. But yeah, and I mean, we had to give him at least another whole year, and maybe he didn't get that much playing time in the second half of the season.
Of course, and even Benacer's first season was similar. Like it was maybe worse.
Yeah.
Give a guy some time.
Do you guys
Luke? Yeah, go ahead.
Talk about Mike Magnon, and everything that happened today, like how they announced him, things like that.
Go ahead.
No, I'm actually, I've been, like I've said, I'm very excited about him. I think I love the move, and this is gonna sound crazy, but before this actually happened, I was like, you know what? After everything that happened with Donnarumma and how much he wants, since we made the agreement a couple weeks ago in advance, I was like, oh, this guy's actually pretty good. I hope we actually get him, but I know it's not gonna. I was like, it's not gonna happen because Donnarumma's gonna make an agreement, and so yeah. And when it actually happened, I was a good part of me was excited, and I'm just very excited about him. I think in the Euros, it'll be great to see him too in the summer.
Yeah. Honestly, the thing that excites me the most about Mike Magnan is that his wages are very small. They're only 2.5 million, which opens up a window for a big player to come in and get, maybe 7 million, 8 million. So that is the thing that excites me the most. I am of the idea, like Lart and Jan has said here, that Milan does not need the best goalkeeper in the world to win. So I would rather spend that wage money on a player that can create and score goals. I definitely agree with that notion that has been said here on this TV. At the time, I didn't agree with it because at the time I believed that we should keep Donnarumma. He's Milan. I thought he was going to stay forever. But now that he's gone and things are this way, that's what I'm positive. I'm sure he's going to do well at Milan. I'm sure he's going to have a great season, and he's going to be great.
Yeah, after seeing the penalty shootout in the Europa League final, it just reminded me though, there are some big moments for goalkeepers. So I'm happy. I think he's very capable. I think he's a solid. I think he even has a better percentage of penalty saves than Donnarumma.
I did read his interview. He said that one of his strengths is ball in the feet. So that is a big part of the way Milan plays. Milan needs to have a goalkeeper that can be somewhat of a regista from the back. So let's hope that he can do that. I don't know. You guys, probably some of you have seen Lille play during this season, and you can judge better. Yeah. I haven't, so
And the way he also spoke in Italian in his first interview, that was very, very nice to hear.
He speaks Italian?
No, he spoke in Italian in his first interview.
He doesn't. Yeah, he spoke mainly in French. And he made an effort to say something in Italian at the end. So that's nice. And everyone was, making the usual jokes saying that he speaks better than Ronaldo. And Ronaldo's been around for all these years. I started learning a bit of French, so it was good practice for me to try to understand what he was saying. It's not that easy.
I don't look at goalkeepers, man. I'm it needs to be a solid, crazy motherfucker, and as a goalie, and that's it. After that, for my opinion, the most paid player in the pitch should be the number 10. So at least everyone on the team are not going to ask crazy wages. You know what I mean? If Messi is the most paid in the team, the right wing is not going to say, "Oh, I want the same amount of Messi because I'm good the same." So if you give 8 million or 10 million to Donnarumma, which is the keeper, KC is gonna say, "Listen, man, I've done 12 goals. I'm holding the ball for 90 minutes. I'm running. I'm doing 11, 12 K a game. I want 10 million, man." But if you have the number 10, which is making 20 goals, 15 goals, 6, 7 assists, and changing the game every time he wants, because he's not going to come and say, "I want the same money of him." He's going to say, "Yeah, thank God we have him in the team. Give me a good contract." So that's the whole thing.
And let's just hope that the Milan management doesn't bottle it and settle for a cheaper option in Piscina, honestly, and tries to get an actual world-class number 10.
Oh, they have to. They have to. They have to for sure.
Guys,
Guys,
just
sorry.
one more
Let me
thing
just say
about
this.
Matteo. Oh, yeah.
Okay, just let me say this first. According to Di Marzio, Eastbourne writes, Milan will get the deal done for Tonali. So Di Marzio is a reliable source, so that's good news. All right, go ahead, Antonio.
Just yeah, sorry. According to Christian Falk, which is a German journalist, there has been a Paris Saint-Germain offer for Teo, but Milan immediately rejected the proposal, according to him. So that's another good sign.
Good. Let's see. They want to take the pressure off Tonali. They want him to grow as a normal player, not some kind of Pirlo in people's brain. Talking like that about him puts the level expectations very low. Could be a good strategy. Would you take Icardi at AC Milan?
Nope.
Oh my
No.
god. Oh my god. If I can think something worse than Raiola is the wife of Icardi. I really. And it's really hard to be worse than Raiola, man. Are you serious? Why you want to give to a billionaire club another 50 million? I don't know why. Seriously. Why you want to help Paris Saint-Germain to have 50 million and to renew the contract of Mbappe? Just let them stay in their shit. Let them keep all the awful players they have. Don't help them.
Actually, hey guys, I have a question for you. Right for reply. If there were to be, an exchange, there'd be an exchange. Would you exchange Theo for anybody at PSG?
Yes, Kylian Mbappe. I mean, come on, guys. Come on.
But guys, no. That's where I disagree. People seem to think that the exchange for the best player does the best for the squad. That doesn't. It's not always the case. Theo Hernandez is irreplaceable. You bring me any player in the world, I swear to God, I would not replace Theo Hernandez with. He's so important to the team, how the team functions. He's friends with everyone in the team. I would not exchange him. So that's a very bad move, even for Mbappe. Believe me, I'm saying this at full concentration.
I would not exchange him for Neymar. Just Mbappe. That's it.
I agree. I wouldn't exchange him for anybody.
No, I wouldn't exchange him because any player under the midfield and defense, I wouldn't exchange at all. We have really like proper 4 defenders, maybe 6, and 4 midfielders with Pobega. I was seeing Pobega
right. We're going to look into that.
Solid team, man. No changes, no exchanges. Keep the good things, man. That's how you improve.
I gotta be the odd man out, guys. I'm sorry, but like, I mean, how can you say no to somebody who scores? I think he broke he definitely got over 30 goals. Second leading scorer in the Champions League. Scored like 20, at least over.
Are you talking about Mbappe or Neymar?
Yeah, Mbappe for sure. Obviously I wouldn't want Neymar, but Mbappe's young and he is the future, guys. I mean, I would take him.
Let's go back to we were talking before. If it's this FIFA, of course I'll take Mbappe and I'll change Theo Hernandez because I'll score with Mbappe. I control the team with my joystick or whatever, with the controller. But this is real life, man. You have to pay him 20 million a year. You have to put him in a situation that he can perform.
Yeah. The question was, though, I think Roy just said, would you exchange anybody? Yeah. So, yeah, of course the wages we'd have to be able to pay the wages.
Let's not talk about wages. Let's not talk about wages or anything like that. Let's just talk about technical football stuff. The reason why I wouldn't change him is because, like, okay, Mbappe, yes, he's maybe going to be the next great striker, but Theo Hernandez is maybe going to be the next great fullback, and fullbacks are just as maybe not as important as strikers, but all great teams have great fullbacks. So maybe that's my reasoning for it.
Yeah, it's a tough decision. I think Mbappe personally would do well in Serie A, and I think he'd help break down like tough defenses, especially in certain situations. But yeah, that's just my opinion.
Well, according to Lucas, he says no.
No, man. Theo came on the hardest moment of the AC Milan.
Yeah.
He,
Go ahead, Luke. Go ahead, Larry.
no, it's he helped us a lot. He came when we was 12 in the Serie A, and he decided to leave from Real Madrid and come to AC Milan. He could have go. I'm not saying he could have stayed to Real Madrid, but he could have go to Arsenal, Tottenham, Chelsea, a lot of other big clubs with money, and he chose AC Milan, basically a broken place at that time when he came. So no, I'm not exchanging him with anyone.
And without him, we wouldn't have even been in the top 4. Let's be honest. He saved us many times this season.
Yeah, he saved us a lot, and he put something in the how you say in the mentality, in the dressing room, everything. You know, people start to think, oh, it's fun to be an AC Milan player. It's cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's a winner.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, let's. Some of our friends here are giving us some breaking news. Actually, coming out right now, as it says in the title of the video, the transfer market full throttle. It's going super strong. So breaking, Rodrigo De Paul is the dream target for the trequartista role for Milan management. I say no because he's a Raiola player. I don't give a shit how good he is. I say no.
Roy, So I thought he was as well, but I looked it up, and actually, I don't think he's Raiola. I think he was affiliated with him, but his actual agent is this Argentinian agent named Jimenez. I looked it up. I don't think he's actually fully with Raiola, but I think he was just for a short bit of time.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I still wouldn't take him for other reasons.
Okay. Ollie Oxen says the news came out. Okay, this is about Tonali. This is quite interesting. So the news came out because we made CL, so Brescia gets an extra 10 million bonus. Don't be surprised if the news about Tonali is a tactic to spread out the further purchase payments. I say we still buy them. Okay. Lucas says, a deal play today for Toloise in the League on playoffs. So Lucas, tell us what you saw and what you think.
I would have watched that game because I knew about it, but it's hard to find a way to watch it. So
this comment here is very funny. Very.
Did you guys see that meme of Magnon's outfits with all the style, and then Castillejo's outfit after? It was him with no socks on. It was so weird.
Yeah, his style is just it's funny. Okay, Eastbourne says PSG owner would rather let Milan keep Theo and give Florenzi for free if went to exchange for Mbappe.
Oh man, how you go? Fuck.
We got to do a poll in the chat. Theo for Mbappe ? Yes or no?
For what?
Just straight up exchange. Let's see who says yes.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. Let's do that, guys. Let me know. Would you guys exchange Theo Hernandez for Mbappe? Yes or no?
By the way, Oli makes a great point here in this comment. I like this comment a lot.
And it is true. And this is something that I think too. Theo is like a Maldini project. He went to get him in Ibiza. Remember the whole story, and Maldini won't let go of this guy.
No, man, we are going to win big things. They just need to be patient. It's a matter of 2 years. Just 2 years, man. 2 years of staying there, doing great seasons, going top 4 every year, and you're gonna see. And going back to Mbappe is not renewing with PSG still. So,
guys, some more news about Donnarumma from Fabrizio Romano. I know I said we shouldn't care, but he just posted it, so let me just read it. It says it's about Barcelona, and he says Mino Raiola spoke with Barcelona in the last few hours about Donnarumma. He's a free agent now. Mark ter Stegen is 100% staying as first goalkeeper, untouchable. Exactly. Barca board will decide soon whether signing Donnarumma or not. So I obviously don't think he's going to go there because he's not going to play this he's not going to be a second goalkeeper for a year. So, you know.
Well, I honestly think Juventus will be his destination, and Szczesny is going. Szczesny will go, and then you'll come probably after the Euros. Let's see. Floki says that's not good news. We really needed a good young striker and Giroud as well. Every good team has 3 numbers 9. Giroud is a perfect striker to play last 10 minutes. You're right, because someone here actually wrote something quite interesting. Here it is, guys. Check this out. Vic D says, "Hey guys, Sky is reporting that Milan is no longer in negotiations for Giroud. Milan looking for younger options. Guys, Giroud and Milan have already agreed on whatever the terms and all that. I guess they'll wait to execute it, but we'll see. We'll see what happens."
I have a theory about this. I think so. I heard Pellegatti talking about the striker situation. He said that just because Milan signed Giroud doesn't mean that they can't go after another like third striker that can be like more for the future, a younger player that's cheaper, that has potential. I think that maybe Milan are focusing on that player, and so it's kind of taking away from Giroud. But I don't see why they couldn't get both for next season. So that's what I think they would do. One for experience.
I also just find it weird over the lack of news about Belotti these days. I'm not hearing a lot about Belotti, which should be a priority.
I actually did see some news about Belotti, and it was quite interesting. So one of the ideas going around right now is basically an exchange. Vlahovic to Milan, Belotti to Fiorentina. So that's the last thing I read regarding Belotti.
I still believe we need a number 10, man, a proper one. That's
the only feasible options that I'm seeing for number 10 are Çalhanoğlu and like Vlasic. I'm not saying or Dybala, but I don't know. Those are all super risky. I honestly wouldn't get rid of Çalhanoğlu for those players personally.
No, there is Coutinho is available.
Mamma mia, Coutinho would be amazing. Yes, let's get Coutinho.
Martin Odegaard from Real Madrid as well.
Right, but Milan isn't. There haven't been like linked with anybody. So unless they just randomly pull out a name in the news that we'll see, then yeah, sure. But I don't know. I'm not seeing anything special.
Well, but sometimes AC Milan has a list, but newspapers don't know shit what's going on.
Right.
Like Tomori, everyone was saying Simakan, and Tomori came out like this. So
imagine Simakan, we were gonna get him, but he got injured. So we ended up getting Tomori. Simakan is probably a great defender because of the scouting, but Tomori's also amazing. So it worked out for us.
Okay, guys, check this out. So Lucas has a little bit of a scouting report for us regarding the youngster from the League 2. He didn't get much of the ball and didn't do much at all because Nantes was a better team, but every time he was on the ball, the people in the stadium So what? Okay, so
that's not a scouting report, Lucas. That's like saying how your cousin played football yesterday.
Maybe he means that, he did
beloved.
Solid things.
He's beloved by the fans.
Yeah. He may have tried to dribble or do something interesting when he got the ball. So
may try to dribble is not good enough for AC Milan.
No, but
we never read Çalhanoğlu for may try to dribble. It's good enough for that.
Like you can tell if a player has potential or not. So Lucas, if you think he has a potential, let us know. Let us know if you think from what you saw, you think that he can grow in Milan as an important player right away, which I doubt.
Just to do an example, man, about Serie B in general. I remember the year Pescara with Zeman won the Serie B, or they came second or something like that. And the attacking trio was Immobile, Insigne, and midfield was Verratti. And all the players went for a big team after that.
Yeah.
So Immobile went back to Juventus, if I'm not wrong. Verratti signed for Paris Saint-Germain, and Insigne went to Napoli. All these players, they were killing it in Serie B. They were like dribbling players like they were Messi. Yeah. Immobile scored kind of 30 goals that season, something like that. Insigne did I don't know how many assists and how many goals. Verratti was unplayable in Serie B. So that's the level. If you want to play for a big team in Serie A, you need to be unplayable in that league.
That's a good comparison. Do you see him comparable to that? That's a good comparison.
Is he unplayable? Is it like insane? Is it impossible to get the ball from him? He can dribble 2 players and give an assist. If he does that, he's ready for the Serie A. If he's not doing that, he still needs to do another step before.
Guys, I just found another random meme about the goalkeeper situation, and it's they made like a version of Magnan, but like it says instead of M Magnan, it's A Magnan, and he looks like Antonio Donnarumma. So it has like it's like breaking news. Magnan's brother is just signed with me.
Antonio Donnarumma has signed for Juventus, right?
No,
really? I didn't hear about that.
I thought he had a deal with Juventus's one of Juventus's reserve teams. Is that not real? I thought that was that. Yeah, I thought that was pretty known.
I haven't.
Okay, guys, let's keep on reading here. Teo is the pinnacle of Milan's project. This guy here is going to win a Ballon d'Or. Lucas says, please, let's not talk about Donnarumma anymore. Guys, do we know if Juve Barca can play Mestiel this year? UEFA seems hell-bent on banning them. They apparently broke 2 different rules from UEFA's rule book. Oh, my God. I hate UEFA. And they need to make an example of them. I don't think so. What do you guys think?
No way you're going to see a Champions League without Juventus, Madrid, or Barcelona. What is the Champions League without Madrid and Barcelona in particular? Seriously, let's be honest.
They're being so those 3 clubs, Barca, Real, and Juve, they're just blatantly breaking the rules continually, and UEFA keeps saying the same stuff. I don't think they're gonna ban them. It's just gonna be like a mutual, whatever. They're just gonna ignore the issue and just keep they're just gonna play in the Champions League in the end.
Yeah, I think I agree. Nothing's gonna happen there. Guys, Lucas on mobile says, "What about Colombo? Is Milan betting on Colombo?" Real quick, well, what I've got to say about that, Lucas, is Colombo is going to be in the under 21, which is playing in exactly 4 days. Monday, Lucas, the under 21 is going to be playing against your team, Portugal. And I guess this is going to be a test to see whether or not Colombo can be a very important player, because the under 21s is usually a tournament in which we see the future. So I guess the under 21 is going to be a good indicator. Roma is going for Belotti. I've read that too. Daniele Maldini is our number 10. What do you guys think is going to happen with Daniele Maldini?
I think he's not good enough. From what I've seen, just being honest, from what I've seen, he's not special. He's not the fast player. He's not the type that dribbles fast players. He doesn't take good shots. When I saw him play,
Saif, he's 18.
No, okay, but you see guys who are 18, you see something in them. You see something that makes you think like, wow, I have a vision of this player. I have an image of how this player is going to be. You tell me, when you see Maldini, what do you think? Who do you see him like? How do you see him developing as a player?
Okay, when I saw Maldini, I saw that his way of winning the ball was actually quite interesting. He had a very nice slide tackle and good containment. On the ball, I thought he was more technical than I thought I was expecting. Decision making when it comes to passing, when it comes to the moment of the game, I saw a lot there lacking in certain moments. But because we didn't see much of him, I still don't know. I just hope, my heart hopes that he's going to become a great player.
I really want him to go on loan, so he can actually have a full season. Because again, on the position where he plays, him, Colombo, it's so hard, man, to improve if you're not playing. It's really hard. You can improve as a defender not playing, because you improve physically, you play last minute, you play a bit, you improve tactically. So you check. Or as a midfielder as well, you can improve playing less. But as a striker, as a number 10, you really need to play constantly. You really need to make mistakes, to try. It's all about instinct. That position is all about instinct. And if you don't play, you don't train your instinct. You don't train your reflex and everything. So they really need to play. And it's so hard to find a team that can make them play. I wish AC Milan had an AC Milan B or
Yes.
like satellite team.
This is why RossonAri TV needs to own Milan. That's what I'm talking about. We need a Milan B in the Serie B, just like Barcelona has, just like Real Madrid has. And this is where we grow our players.
It's like or even not having a Milan B, like owning another club that stays in Serie B, like Novara, or the same Monza, unfortunately, is gone. Berlusconi owns that. But a team that is around Milan, so you can send the players and guarantee they are going to play because you are paying them to play. You know what I mean? You are financing the team to be alive, to pay other players. So the Colombo goes there and he's going to play 10, 15 games. And it's unknown, it's unwritten. No one knows. You know what I mean?
I mean, this is not rocket science. Like, how are they not doing this already? No, I don't know.
Then the only problem with that is that if they ever were to get promoted, they would have to sell the team off. But
I wonder how the situation. I think the way Barcelona has it is that they can't ever get promoted, something like that, right?
No, but you can own a club without owning. You know what I mean? You can finance the club.
Kind of like.
And it's not your club, but you're financing and saying to them, listen, this year for your finances, I'm going to give you 3 million euro, which is a lot for those clubs. Just make sure Colombo and Maldini plays 15 games a season. Simple as that. And if you get promoted, it's even better. That's the thing.
All right, guys. So Ali says, bro, Memphis is the perfect deal for us. Memphis Depay is a big favorite. Yes, I agree. I think, okay, so Laird, you say a number 10, Memphis Depay. What do you think he would be the right guy?
Yeah, he could be the right guy. Yeah, but Barcelona has taken all the free agents recently. So
right. Floki says, I don't know why you guys like Belotti, to be honest. For me, he's a typical Italian striker. We need more than that. We need a superstar in that position. Someone expensive, 50 million or more to win us games by himself.
If we have the budget.
Yeah, it really comes down to that. I mean, I would definitely choose Dybala over Belotti. If we have the money.
Like is Dybala like a striker, like a pure number 9?
Oh well, Belotti is not a typical number 9. Okay, so like if it's like a number 9, shit. I mean, I don't know. I honestly don't know how.
I don't know, man. I still would like more Dybala than Belotti because our style of game is all about passing the ball quick and playing football. So a false 9 is more for us than a proper 9.
100% agree.
But
would you guys slot Depay in the number 10 position if he was on our team? Do you think that'd be the best? Because that is our false 9 position, right? Right behind the striker and the 4-2-3-1. Would you guys slot him? Where would you want to put these types of players in the system?
A player like Memphis Depay is a good player because if you have Ibrahimovic, he can play close to Ibrahimovic. If you don't have Ibrahimovic, he can play as a striker and you can put Brahim Diaz or whatever you want to put close to him. So he can function in different positions. Of course, he's going to do it differently. He's not going to play like Ibrahimovic as a striker, but you can use the counter-attack style of game with Memphis Depay as a striker. On the other side, if Ibrahimovic is a striker, you have Memphis Depay as a number 10, you can hold the ball and you can dominate the game, which is another style of, and depends on the game. If you're playing against Atalanta, probably you need a counter-attacking style of game. If you're playing against Roma, you need to dominate the game. So that's why you need players that can function in 2 different positions. And
he can play on the wing too. He can play on the wing. He can be
He
used
can
on
play
the
on
wing.
the wing, yeah, if you need him.
There's a lot of newspapers, even the Gazzetta dello Sport. A lot of newspapers that right now are linking Dybala to Milan, but they're linking Depay to Barcelona, as Larry was saying. Yeah. Let's not talk about Gigi. He's not a Milan player anymore. Whichever club he joins, nobody cares. Let's hope at least he'll get employed next season, because no team really need a goalkeeper this season.
Guys,
I forgot to say something about the Belotti thing, and we need an expensive 50, 60 million striker. With this Donnarumma situation, I realized that our name is still not good enough to attract big players. Because if still players prefer to go to a broken Barcelona more than come to an AC Milan that is going up, I feel like we still don't have that big name again. They don't. People forgot about AC Milan.
I don't think we can get a big name. I don't think we can get. I agree with Lart. I don't think it's going to be that easy for us to get a big name right away. Yeah, go ahead, Antonio.
Just to add, like, I think Donnarumma is purely about money. If Barcelona pay him 10 million, that's what it's Raiola. They have to pay Raiola 20 million. I think Donnarumma, he would have stayed at Milan. It was just the money. Like they wanted too much money. Yeah, I do still agree that like the superstars aren't, like, we don't have the financial ability or the we have to, like, the attraction to get them to come. Like, I don't like but only the big superstars. I think we can still get some solid players. It's like,
Antonio,
not the mega
if Donnarumma signs the same contract AC Milan offer him with another club,
then
do you think it's just about money, or is it just prestige?
Well, I think it's a bit of both. Also, because I think number one, Raiola thinks he could get more money. If that were to happen, then he would just be like then he would have been wrong, and he would have gambled and taken a risk. So I think, yeah, a bit of both, but also it could have just been that he misinterpreted what they could have had to offer. But I honestly think that Juventus or some team will offer him like 10 million, and he's going to end up signing with them.
I think I feel on the mind of young players, or they still think AC Milan is the Italian Tottenham. They don't associate us to Manchester City or Manchester United or Chelsea or Liverpool, that you go there and you can actually win a title next season. I don't think Memphis Depay is thinking at the moment, oh, I'll go to AC Milan and I'll win the Serie A. He's thinking, I'll go to AC Milan and Juventus or Inter is going to win the Serie A. I'll go to Barcelona, I'll go to win the La Liga. So that's my problem. In terms of prestige, even AC Milan supporters think, oh, Allegri is the Juventus, they're going to win the league. Even in our mind, we don't have that. We don't value our team in that type of prestige, and that I think is happening with a lot of players as well.
I agree that we're not valued on the same level as the other big clubs. Like, I agree 100%. That's what happens when you're horrible for 10 years. Like, that's going to happen. But I think that if players are intelligent, like, I think Depay, like, he hasn't made his decision yet, and I feel like Milan is is a tempting place, because if players are like reading between the lines, they say like, oh, this is like a good look at this project. They're in the first of all, Champions League is huge. It shows that at least you're in the top competition. Then you look at the teams in Serie A, in the champions, they just got hit really hard with all this like complex stuff. And you look at, like, I think if you're smart, then you should really honestly expect Milan to fight for the title next season. Like, I mean, only if people who don't believe that are just not good supporters, in my opinion. But yeah, I think we need to have faith in the project, and I think that it can still attract some players. Like, I think it can attract a Depay. I don't know about an Mbappe or Haaland who expect to like win their first Champions League trophy. So yeah,
I don't think we can attract the top tier elites just yet. but we can attract maybe the class just behind them. I think maybe one, depending on, we can't afford too many players with big wages, but at least one we can. I think. Guys, let me keep on reading here. Breaking news again. Youssef with the breaking news. Hakan agent met with Liverpool, but no offer was made. Laughed my ass off. They can take it.
I hope they take it.
Lucas says, "Oh, okay. So here's a report, a proper scouting report by Lucas. He didn't have any effect on the game, so very bad. But one game doesn't mean he is shit. He's still good. He can use both feet and can score from long range. He is better than Salamakers, and he's only 10 million. How do you know he's better than Salamakers?
I would argue. I think the point he's making is that he's shown like more quality, but I think Salamakers has a lot of like quantity. He works a lot harder, in my opinion, from what I've seen.
I agree with Lucas when he says one game is not enough, but if you look at the report of the last game, it didn't be effective at all. So let's see the next report for the next game, because the last game was not good enough. I think it's even good for some type of players. For example, this guy we're talking at the moment, probably it's healthy for him to go in a mid-table club in a Liga or Serie A to actually, you need how can I say, organic growth, not straight away. From Serie B to AC Milan, from Serie B to Manchester United.
Yeah, it has to be organic, yeah.
It has to be organic and slow. You need to take your 2-3 years to grow if you want to have a successful career.
My main answer to that, though, is so you guys both agree that Salamakers is a solid player that, deserves to be on the team, right? Like, you guys both respect and like Salamakers, correct? Do you guys like him as a player?
In my opinion, if you bring a great right wing, he becomes a squad player.
Of course. I'm just saying he came from Anderlecht, right? So I think Maldini and Moncada, because we don't have the ability to attract like the top of the top, they are trying like to get people with high potential. Like they're trying to take risks, and of course this isn't the mentality of a big club but like that's the thing. Like we're not in the financial position to like go and get the biggest possible players. So I think it's an interesting strategy.
And honestly, I'm telling you, you do bring up a good point, because when it came to Salamakers, if you would have told me, hey, we're buying Salamakers, I'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're crazy. And he's actually, did wonderful. I mean, the guy got second place in the Serie A, 21 years old. So, some players, if that's going to happen, I think Maldini and co have the ability to see which players this is going to happen to. Okay, let me read a few more here. If Napoli can buy a 70 million Osimhen, why can't Milan buy a guy like that? I mean, not him because I don't like him, but definitely we can spend that kind of money for a top guy.
It's because of our owners. That's the question. It's because De Laurentiis went out and spent the money, and our owners are not going to invest 70 million in a single player, to be honest.
Lart, this one here is something you have said a lot, so I'm pretty sure you're going to appreciate this comment. The only reason we lost the league last season, well, that's not exactly what Lart has said, but similar. The only reason why we lost the league last season was Europa League and injuries. Inter had no Europe or injuries.
Yeah, that was a big factor, influenced a lot. I don't know if we'll go and win the league, but probably we could have challenged Inter a bit more. We could have finished 6 points behind Inter.
Yeah. We lost points. We lost points in games that we should have never lost.
We got so tired at the end, and the Europa League and injuries were a big factor. I really believe if you have a normal amount of injury like every other club had, and you are not playing Europa League, you seriously can hit 85 points. Because we missed 6 points.
I personally was so pissed off when we threw away the Europa League, because I was hungry for silverware. Come on, man! Don't tell me that Manchester United loss didn't hurt you. It hurt everybody because if we beat United, we would have easily won the Europa League. Look at the teams playing.
Believe me,
Look
man,
at-
it didn't hurt me at all. Believe me.
But
Trust me.
It hurt me a lot. I
Bro,
thought we
I
would
know
have won
it-
silverware.
Okay,
look at
guys, let
Villarreal. Look
let
at
me ask you-
Villarreal. The way they played the final, they're a disgusting team. They were terrible. They had only one shot and it went in. You're telling me that we couldn't beat Villarreal? You're telling me that we couldn't beat Granada, which United knocked out? We could have won the Europa League. End of-
Man, we
agree.
lost. We couldn't beat the fucking it's called Stella Rossa, Red Star Belgrade. We couldn't beat them, man.
We did beat them 1-0.
No, we did
No,
a
we didn't.
1-1 against outside and something like 2-2 at their home and 1-1 at home. We didn't beat them, man.
Well, sometimes you need a bit of luck against these teams.
We didn't
in the
beat
knockout
Sassuolo.
stages.
No, I think we should have won. We should have gone all
No,
the
man,
way.
it's not.
I think we
This
should've
team is not ready.
Kessie's goal should have counted in Manchester, and I have not seen an angle that is clear and definitive to why VAR intervened. I don't want to talk about Man United that much because that was in the past. I strongly believe that we deserved that goal, and when we outplayed them the first game. In the second game, we had Castillejo number 9, so we got robbed.
Forget what we deserve and everything. If you go through that competition, you're gonna lose more games. You're going to lose against Benevento. You're going to lose against Juventus. You're not gonna make top 4. You're gonna go and play the final of Europa League against Villarreal that plays like Udinese, and you're gonna lose it, and you're gonna end up your career, your season 5th or 6th without losing the final, losing players, no resigning contract, with the mood that is shit. For what? For a UEFA Cup? For that
Okay.
piece
Okay,
of
Okay,
Yeah,
Lara,
for clout and for
Lara-
respect.
Lara, just speaking about the Europa League here, okay? You're telling me that the team wasn't ready to win it. Was Villarreal ready to win it? Have you seen their team? Have you seen Villarreal's team? Most of them are average players, and they still beat United.
But
and they still knocked out Arsenal in the way.
you know why they beat United? But forget about United. You know why they went to the final? How they managed to went to the final? Because they stopped playing in La Liga for something. Because in La Liga, the top 4 is done 3 months ago. They are playing for nothing in La Liga. They just go there, they do a friendly, and they play the Europa League game. A team like AC Milan, with 5 players on loan, going to play 2 competitions and try to make it top 4 with 79 points. Do you really think we're gonna make it? No way.
Yes.
Man.
I
No way.
believe.
No way. And that was we saw the trend of the team when we were playing the Europa League. It was a joke.
Okay, I have a question for you guys, and even for the chat, whoever wants to answer this question. Would of you guys preferred to finish second and go into the Champions League that way, or maybe finish 5th and win the Europa League and go to the Champions League that way?
Well, what about just making the top 4 and winning the Europa League?
That's not the team we have. That's the thing. You need to be realistic. You need to think we don't have a good team to do that.
I disagree with that.
I disagree because even though we had injuries in the same timeline, we dropped points against Udinese, we dropped points against Sampdoria, and we still have had a almost completed team in the return leg against United. So it's not just it's just an excuse, man. We should have knocked out United.
We have Casti number 9, man.
Castillejo.
That's not a full team. We have
Castillejo.
I said almost. I said no.
Well,
I said
If
almost.
we want to be a good team, we have to play both. We have to play every competition. I know it's unrealistic to be. We have to rotate. We need to improve our squad depth. Look at Manchester City. They could, I think, win. Yeah, they could win a treble, and they also got lost in the FA Cup final. They could have won 4 trophies this season. To be a great team, you have to go and play the best you can in every competition. I thought we played well. It was tough, but I think Milan. If you're in if you're in any European competition, you have to try your hardest to win. That's what I disagree with.
Nah, man, the Copa UEFA is a joke. No one wants to win that competition, man. No one wants to win it. It's seriously a joke. I don't know why people care about that competition.
Come on, Laird. Okay, You're
I
saying
think
that
we'll just
it's
have
not-
to agree to disagree on this one. Because, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I was saying Manchester United, who were second in the Premier League. Look at the reaction of the players when they lost the game. They were crying. They were in tears. They were devastated. You're telling me that these players, you're telling me these players did not want to win the Europa League? Come on.
The coach is about to
They're
be
second.
fired because of
Well,
Yeah.
but that's the English mentality, man. It's a different culture. You're not an English team. You are an Italian team, and you are an Italian team that has won 7 Champions League and he's never been in Champions League for the last 7 years. You really care about trying to make it to the final and maybe lose it? No way, man. I want to secure the top 4. That's my Europa League. That's my Scudetto. After 7 years not going top 4, I don't give a shit about any competition around that is not Serie A. And it's a fact. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows how upset we were after we draw with Cagliari. We felt like we were in the final. That's
Liar, of course, but I think that if we're a strong team, we should be able to play both competitions.
Guys,
of course, and we are now. That's what I'm saying.
Listen. This is something that Milan fans are split right in the middle on this discussion. And one thing I have learned in here and is like we're not going to change each other's minds about this. So let's just agree to disagree and let's move on. And it's okay. It's totally fine. Let's move on.
What is this 5th and winning the Europa League? You got pot 1. Is that a
I don't know. Yeah, yeah. I don't know.
I don't think so.
Let's keep on going, guys. What do you think about Spalletti, Allegri, Jose, and Inzaghi going to Napoli, Juve, Roma, and Inter? Would it be harder to make top 4? And what about Gattuso and Florence? Okay, we spoke about the change of the coaches. Yeah, I mean, I think what we decided at the end was that Atalanta and Milan, being the 2 teams that are not changing their coaches, are probably going to have the advantage. Focusing on the league is more important than winning the Europa League. Lart is speaking nonsense right now, Lucas said. Ayya. Guys, let's move on for fuck's sake. We're playing Champions League next season. We're still talking about
Europa. People are still talking about the Europa League.
Yusuf is on your side instead, Lart, and he says Lart is a fax machine. There you go.
Going back to City, after I want to talk about City and explain a bit the City situation.
City?
Man City situation. Because Anton was saying that Man City gives everything to all the competition. Man City has spent 250 million on fullbacks the last 4 years. God damn, you have to give everything on all the competition because you spend the same amount of money of the value of the whole club of AC Milan for the fullbacks. And people want AC Milan to behave like Man City, to give everything to all the competition and go top 4. Clubs like Liverpool, Chelsea, Manchester United struggle to do that, to win a European competition and go top 4. But people want with Kronic, Auge, and Casillero to compete with all the competition and get top 4. Are you serious? Have you actually watched enough football?
Do not forget Gabbia, Kalulu.
Exactly. Do not forget Mete and Mandzukic that play half game.
Look, I'm just saying that if we have an actual depth, I'm not saying not to make any rotations. Yes, you have to rotate the team and maybe not play your most competitive team for Europa League. I understand. Of course, maybe I would consider top 4 being more important. I agree, but I still think you should take it. You should take it seriously, in my opinion. That's all I'm saying. And because as a Milan fan, you want to go and you want to have them. You want to expect to play your best and play well and win every game you play. If you're a good team, that's all I'm saying.
Well, that's actually you have to do it for legal reason. You have to go seriously and play a game for legal reason. No, you get in trouble, but that's another thing.
All right, Floki says Lart is not saying winning a trophy is not a thing he would like. He's trying to say that we had to make a decision between being in the Champions League and trying to win Europa League. For me, I would be all in the Champions League. Yes, guys, I'm telling you, like, half of the fans are against it and half of it are for it. It's just the way it is. I think it's always going to be that way, which does bring me to a segue that I'm very, very interested in talking about, because this is a similar argument, a similar subject. So next year, Milan is in the Champions League. So do we take the group stages seriously? Like, is our expectation to get out of the group stages? Because we are third or fourth pot, meaning that we are going to be facing two big teams in Europe. So what are the expectations?
Yeah, you put the worst team Sunday and you play with the best team Wednesday. That's the strategy.
But what about the top four? Like,
the top four, you can gain it after. And you can actually win in Serie A with your second team or with your second choices. You can win in Serie A. You can go play defensively against Verona, go in the counter-attack and win the game. And rest Zlatan and play Zlatan on Wednesday or play Kessie on Wednesday. You can do that. Because on Champions League, there is sponsors, there is people looking, there is a lot of eyes, and there is a lot of self-esteem. If you win a Champions League game, you win the next 3 games in Serie A. It gets a lot of self-esteem. The players improve more. It's a different situation. You go and play on the other side of Europe, minus 20 degrees, with an empty stadium, in Europa League for nothing, and you lose or you draw, your self-esteem goes down and is useless as a game. That's the difference.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think Laird makes a great point. And also, just adding to that, I think the top 4 race next season will be much easier than this season, in my opinion. I think we're going to be stronger as a team and we'll easily make the top 4 next season. Second of all, this is the Champions League. It's our place. It's where we were meant to be after 7 or 8 years of bullshit. I think minimum would be getting out of the group stages. A round of 16 exit would be totally fine. But I think getting out of the group stages is a must for a team that considers the Champions League their home, to be honest.
And that's what I'm asking. Like, is it a must? Is getting out of the group stages a must?
Almost.
Yeah.
Almost.
I wanted to say also, I think Maldini, not saying we're going to make these huge statement signings, but we in the summer we're going to make like some not surprise signings, but some like signings that people don't really talk about, and then all of a sudden they're just going to happen in certain positions. Like, I think maybe getting a backup left back is one thing, but like things like that, like just to solidify the team so that to manage all the games, like the Coppa Italia games, things like that. Like, there's going to be all of these competitions, and we need to just prepare so that we're not like stretched thin like this year. So I think we're smart enough to do that.
Guys, I'm going to call it right here. May 27, 2021, 3:44 p.m. This is on camera. This is live. This is going to be recorded. Milan is going to go all the way to the semifinals, and what happens after the semifinals, I don't know.
Roy's done it again.
I mean, we sure hope so. It's going to be hard, but we sure hope so. I don't see why not. Even the quarterfinal is not a very unrealistic expectation. I think it's manageable.
I hope we play PSG and Hernandez scores a hat trick, and then Mbappe comes over and we take him. That's
Atalanta made it to the semifinal, guys. Atalanta made it to the semifinal.
No, quarterfinal, not semifinal.
No, last season.
Yeah, they
that was
against PSG.
That was a quarterfinal. Oh, my bad, guys.
But yeah, they almost beat them.
Anyway, it depends on the group. If you get I don't know, for example, Man City and Borussia Dortmund in the same group,
we're going through.
Yeah, okay.
We're going through for sure.
Well,
we're going through as a first. No, maybe not. Second for sure. Dortmund doesn't scare me. I mean, none of the teams scare me.
Roy, what teams, and just everybody, what teams scare you? Like, what out of all the teams, like all the big teams, what teams actually scare you?
Bayern Munich at the moment, and let me think a bit.
Man City, man.
Liverpool as well. Man City as well. But Man City, you can always they are quite good, solid, but you can always play the classic Italian card of the catenaccio and go for a counter attack.
What about Chelsea with Lukaku?
No, it's nothing scary like Bayern Munich or Liverpool. Liverpool with a high press, man, with all that running and everything, cross coming from the right, from the left. Bayern Munich the same. It's just a nightmare, man. It's not easy to play against them.
A team that would be absolutely disgusting to play against is Atletico Madrid.
Oh
Because
yeah,
we saw how teams like Cagliari and Sampdoria, when they defend against us organized. Imagine Atletico with Jimenez, with Lodi, with Saul. These guys are players defending. What the fuck are we gonna do? Seriously.
just wait for them. Just wait for them and get a 0-0.
That's the thing. They always defend. They always split the back. That's the thing.
I would say the only team I fear is Milan, because Milan is the team everybody needs to fear. Milan has no fear of anybody. We can play against Bayern. We can play against Barcelona. We can play against Real Madrid. We've done this for all our history. Since the 50s, we played against these teams. With some of these teams, we've won more games. With some of these teams, we won less games. This is not a problem Milan has. Fear is not a problem Milan has when it comes to Europe. So,
Guys, quick question. Would you agree that in this time we can actually beat Barcelona and we could challenge them and beat them a lot of times? Because I really think so.
No, a lot of times I don't know, but yes.
Messi's fantastic, but they're gonna make additions to their team this summer. But this season they were not that impressive, I think. But yeah, they're still a solid team. I don't know many times, but we would definitely match up well with them.
Yeah. Okay, let's read a few more comments here.
Thank you, Joga Benito, for the information. I didn't know about that. I didn't know that Europa League was the first spot in the group.
Which always helps. It always helps. It
doesn't help next season, man.
No?
Because
Why not?
putting Villarreal in the first spot, it means that some big ass team is gonna be in the second spot.
Right, guys. If we give the Villarreal,
that would be fantastic.
But there is more chances you get a two big ass team on your group, and a third choice we can be something interesting.
I predict that whatever group we're in is going to be the group of death, because you're going to get two solid teams, and if you get AC Milan as the fourth pot, then that group is just going to be brutal.
I think for to keep the competition interesting, the only way to put Villarreal on the spot is to give them some good teams from the second and the third pot, or the fourth pot. So AC Milan can be an option for them.
This is my answer. Noi siamo Milan, no fear. Gioca Medina says Man City, Bayern, ciao bellissimi. Alessandro Sinicato says Milan needs luck to be on their side for the grouping in Champions League. We might get Man City if we're lucky, or Zenit if we're lucky, right? Because there's some teams that are going to be first pot that are really not that.
Villarreal, for example, if you guys really want to beat Villarreal, you care a lot about this thing. Let's beat them next season in Champions League.
Okay, I'll take that.
I really wish you could get matched up with teams from your own country, because I would love to get Inter first pot. That'd be so funny.
No, man, that's a nightmare.
Because they're in shambles right now. We would destroy. I'm telling you right now, we would destroy Inter next season.
No, man, don't say that. It's not true.
With Simone Inzaghi, without Lukaku,
people
players.
But they're gonna sell one player, man. Not all of them. And people are giving too much credit to Conte. It feels like Conte is completely changed. It's like Conte is winning the Serie A with Sassuolo. Man, Conte is winning the Serie A with an insane team. It's not like he's being such an insane manager. He's doing a great job.
But he built the team right now with his identity of counterattacking.
He built the team with no money. He still had to pay those players.
No, I know, but the system that they're playing in is a Conte system. unless Inzaghi plays the exact same system, then sure that would be the best chance. But if not, they're gonna have to readapt completely.
But actually, exactly.
There you go.
Yeah, Inzaghi is actually maybe the closest one after closest one to Conte. So Inzaghi plays with 3-5, the 2-5-3 counter-attack football, direct football. So maybe he would be the best choice after Conte.
Yeah, let's see the comment. You want to go?
Okay, so Eastbourne says Milan and Wolfsburg, the only team in pot 4. Oh, that's it? Plus the other remaining teams from the qualifiers show that we've been a pure banter. Right, because in other leagues they still have to wow, Milan pot 4, man. We gotta fix that. If City wins CL, then Villarreal gets pot 1. Well, City has already if City wins CL. Okay. All right. Based on the pots, let's see. Pot 1, easy teams will be Lille. Sort of. Villarreal.
No, Lille is not a pot 1. Lille is not a pot 1.
Yes, they are because they won the league.
Will be. All the teams that win. The bigger leagues. The bigger leagues. Yeah, this is what I've heard so far. Yeah,
that's why Zenit is a pot 1. No, Lille is league. I think Lille is pot 1 and pretty positive.
I'll tell you which one is pot 1. In my, I think there is 8 teams that are pot 1 now. So one is Villarreal because they come from the Europa League. So you have for sure Manchester City, Chelsea, Liverpool, Man United, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Paris Saint-Germain, Juventus, pot 1 for sure, and probably Bayern Munich. So there is 10 teams that are the option is a pot 1.
I honestly think that pot 1 is if you win the league and coefficient.
It's about how good you are in the last 5 years in Champions League.
The coefficients. Are you sure that pot 1 is determined that way? Can you guys check that? Because I've heard differently. So
currently checking.
I think Barcelona is a pot 2. I don't think Barcelona is a pot 1. No way.
Well, I don't think you take off.
And Juventus can't be pot 1 after coming fourth.
Yeah.
Well, Juventus has won the league 9 times in a row, man, and it's been 2 times in the final, and a lot of times in semi-final. Juventus, I gave you 10 names as the first pot, and you need 8, so you can take 2 out if you want.
Right. I think that if you come fourth and you have a good coefficient, you go to pot 2. But pot 1, for what I've heard in these past weeks, I wish I was sure that pot 1 comes down to the winner. If you guys can please confirm this, so I'll
tell you why, Roy. When we won the Champions League in 2007, we were pot 1, and we finished 4th in Serie A, and we were doing really bad the previous season in Serie A anyway. But we finished pot 1 because we already been in 2 finals the years before, and we had an incredible coefficient in Champions League. So teams like Barcelona, Real Madrid, but they have a great coefficient. They're gonna beat pot 1.
Guys, okay, I have an answer to this. Pot 1: Manchester City, Atletico Madrid, Bayern Munich, Lille, and Inter. They're all confirmed to be pot 1. Sporting Lisbon as well, I think, and then Villarreal or Chelsea, and so basically the teams that are, it's like Villarreal, Chelsea and Zenit are still I think they're not confirmed to be pot 1, but it just says or for those ones. So I don't think those are concrete. Pot 2: Real, Barcelona, Juventus, PSG, Liverpool, Sevilla, and then there's some of the other teams that were kind of toss-ups in the first one, and Dortmund is there, and then pot 3 is Ajax, Leipzig, Atalanta, Dortmund.
Guys, can I just tell you something? We might end up in a group with Ajax, Real Madrid, and Manchester City.
Now imagine a group: Ajax, Real Madrid, Bayern Munich, and AC Milan.
Right. Yeah.
We could also get
all these 3 Champions League in one group.
We could get Villarreal, like some bad pot two team. But no, it's the champions. Like every team is good. Like I know you can say that there are some teams that are much worse, of course, but every team is a European team. Like that's just what it is. So,
I mean, this is
be
pot
ready.
3, guys. I know Aliox wrote pot 2, but he meant pot 3. I mean, pot 3, you have Porto, which is a tough team to play against. Ajax, which is a very technical team. Leipzig, we all know Leipzig has been doing great in Germany. Atalanta, one of the best teams in Italy. Wow, this Champions League is going to be tough, guys. It's going to be tough. I still think we're going to go to the semifinals. It's going to be tough.
Yeah.
They completely changed because 10 years ago, 12 years ago was they changed the coefficient just to mix it up a bit, which makes sense. It makes it more interesting.
Guys, after I saw us play against Manchester United with like all of our bench players, the way we played, we actually kept pace very well. I think that we will perform well. I don't know if we're going to go to the semifinal, but I think we'll be surprised at especially how young our team is. I think we'll perform fairly well with expectations.
Yeah. All right, so guys, Lucas has been wanting me to read his comment about the B team, so let's do that. Lucas says, I think this B team can win. I think this B team can win against teams like Udinese in Serie A. Let's see what you guys think. Magnan, Kalulu, Gabbia, Romagnoli, Kerkez, Tonali, Pobega, Leao, Diaz, Salamakers, and Giroud. What do you guys think of a B team like this?
Well, you can change a bit. For example, you can put Tomori and Romagnoli, and Kier can rest in Serie A, so he can play the Champions League. Kalulu can play on the right, and Calabria can rest. You can still play Theo Hernandez. I think he can play 2 games in 3 days. Midfield, Kessie can play 2 games in 3 days. Benacer needs to rest, so you put Tonali instead of Benacer. Attack, Giroud can score goals. Leao on the left, and Rebic can play in Champions League maybe. And I think Diaz is my first option, so I will keep him for the Champions League game. And I will put maybe, I don't know, if we have a backup number 10, Selemaker. Selemaker can play 2 games in 3 days. So yeah, you can actually put a B team in Serie A and put the full squad in Champions League. And you have to do that. If you want to go through a group, you can actually play against Ajax, Bayern Munich, and Real Madrid.
But honestly, guys, this is not what Ancelotti used to do. Ancelotti didn't have a crazy rotation like that. Ancelotti had almost his Sunday team was almost exactly.
Oh, Roy's gone.
We're left. Yeah, Ancelotti also had the players that we had, they were just unbelievable. They were champions. We beat that Manchester United team with Sir Alex Ferguson and Ronaldo. That was insane.
Hey, Laird, I lost all the comments because I got disconnected. So you take it.
Oh shit, man.
Guys, I just wanted to say, when Romagnoli, so I'm pretty sure the smart thing to do, since he's a Raiola and he wants more money and we're not going to offer him a contract, is to just get rid of him this summer. Would you guys agree with me that we should buy a young, fat, quick center back so that we have another player like Tomori kind of to rest Tomori in certain games? Because I think Gabbia can be more like a bigger and slower type defender like Kjaer. And I think it would be good to have a quick center back on the bench. Because I love the combination of mature and also quick, bigger and quick.
There's that Lazio center back, if you guys know him, Luis Felipe. He's very good. He's very fast and he's very strong. I would take him at Milan as a backup.
Well, from which team?
Lazio. Luis Felipe, the center back, Brazilian.
I think I know who he is. How old is he?
What do you guys think about this comment?
He's 23, I think. Yeah.
Rotations.
When the game schedule.
Well, okay, so this is what I'm saying. This is what it was like under Carlo Ancelotti. He had Barca, then the next day he had Lazio, etc. The rotations weren't crazy. Kaká was playing every game. almost. Nesta was playing every game. Gattuso was playing every game. Pirlo was playing every game. Seedorf was playing every game. Obviously, there was.
Nesta was exchanging a bit. He had always some physical issue. Always.
Yeah. Nesta, even Seedorf, I remember, was exchanging with Serginho. I mean, those are two good exchanges.
Or Ambrosini. Ambrosini sometimes was playing, and Seedorf was resting.
Yeah.
I remember the first. Sometimes Inzaghi wasn't playing, and another one was playing. There was a bit of rotation, really a tiny rotation, as you say. Or Maldini was resting, and Calazzo was playing. But
it wasn't a drastic rotation. Yeah.
No, not a drastic. The core was always there. The core was always there.
It's great. It's amazing to have a player like Kessie with the schedule, because there's some players like him that just don't get injured that much. Like, the guy is a machine. Like, he played the whole season. I think we need to have to rest him in some league games if we're in the Champions League, but he can play pretty much all the games, which is amazing. And his physical presence is usually great in all the games, so that's awesome.
100%. Roy Eastbourne says, Roy, if Milan gets into the semifinals of the Champions League next season, then I would personally go and kiss Pioli's bald head. Eastbourne actually has been quite critical of Pioli, and he's been one of the Pioli out.
Man, have you seen the schedule we can have next season? How you can, and Pioli can lose at least 4.
I think we should be more positive. Like, we just finished the season. I think we can judge like with the players we have and like the depth and our confidence towards the end of the summer. But right now, I think we should just kind of let's not be nervous. We got this.
No, I'm not.
Nobody's nervous.
I'm not nervous at all. But I just want to say to the people, next season, don't ask for Pioli out if he has to deal with this, because it's like something. And going back to that, Atalanta has to deal with that. Juventus has to deal with that.
All of them have
Barcelona, Man City, RB Leipzig has to deal with that. So, guys, don't worry. They are tired like us. And when they come to San Siro, they get shit.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Go ahead. Oh, that's kind of back. We already went through those, right? We're somewhere around here now. This one here.
Lovato.
Lovato.
I thought he went to Juventus, no?
I don't think it's official. I don't know. I would just sell Romagnoli and pick up somebody completely different, to be honest. But I don't think Romagnoli is gonna, no exchange would happen like that for Verona, so I would just sell him.
I still believe you guys were talking about having someone as a center back who has some pace, kind of Tomori. I think Kalulu is that player.
I would prefer seeing him as a substitute right back, to be honest. To be behind
he can
Calabria.
play in the middle. He can play in the middle.
Yeah, but we need an actual center back there.
I think isn't he better?
Well, Roy was about to say if Kalu's better is in the middle. I disagree. He had some good, solid performances. He also looks a bit lost in the air, like against Genoa the first game. Like, Destro scored a header on him. I don't know. I don't think he's the best in the center.
Take over.
I prefer him on the.
Oh, okay.
I prefer him as a right back, to be honest. I think, and I hope he gets more games as well. He's also on the France U21 Euro team, which is a tough team. There's players like Upamecano on that team. There's some great talents there, so that's actually pretty interesting.
But going back to the Kalulu, he lost. He did some mistakes, but every defender does those mistakes. You have to remember, Chiellini did a mistake on Tomori, Juventus Milan.
Or destroyed it on that one.
Or there is another mistake when Rebic does a goal, or when the penalty kick happened. There is a lot of mistakes. So defenders do those mistakes. I don't think Kalulu is a bad defender. I would prefer to give trust on to Gabi and Kalulu and move that budget somewhere else in the pitch. I really believe Gabbia and Kalulu can do their job in Serie A.
But Lart, who is our backup? Who's our backup right back for Calabria?
It's Kalulu.
Exactly. So we need a center back.
Yeah,
well,
we can't run him thin.
If it happened that you need in the same game, somebody get backups. I don't know, Calabria and Kier. You put Kalulu and Gabbia.
Guys, if we have to play the Champions League, I think that's Saif I agree with what he's saying, because you need to have yes, he can play both positions. He's good if in emergencies, but overall to keep the squad healthy and balanced. If we get rid of Romagnoli, we should bring in another defender, whether it be a right back or a center back. We need to have the even numbers, so we have two substitutions for our starters That's what I mean. I think that's where we're going, to keep the team even.
No, maybe we have Caldara.
Oh yeah, there's that. That's an interesting issue. I don't know what we're gonna do with him. So
he's gonna be the backup of the backup. That's it. Gabbia and Kalulu are going to play. You guys need to give more trust to young players. It's simple as that.
It depends on which young players, though. I trust Kalulu and Gabbia. I don't trust Caldara.
So that's it. We have the backup for Tomori and Kier and for Calabria. We have it. It's there. So we don't need to spend money for another guy and make 6 defenders. It's too many.
I just think that if we get rid of Romagnoli, I mean, depending on what Caldara does, it depends. If we don't keep him, we definitely need another defender. I'm just saying.
No, I'm happy with the defenders we have. I think we need to get rid of Romagnoli, get some money, 20 million, 15 million, and move to someone who can actually create something. We need creative players.
The thing is, though, let's say hypothetically we sell Romagnoli and we don't want to keep Caldara. So our center backs would be Tomori, Kier, and Gabbia. Kalulu can play center back, but he's also a right back, so he'd be stretched. So in that situation, either you buy another right back so that Kalulu can, so there's less tension between, or you bring in another center back. I think because having 3 center backs and playing Champions League, Coppa Italia, and Serie A is you need at least 4 center backs. I would think.
No, that's.
I think you do. I'm sorry. I have to think that you do.
No, man. I remember when Ancelotti was the manager, Calazze was doing the left back and the center back, both the 2 positions. When we needed him on the left, he was playing on the left. When we needed him in the center, he was playing in the center, and completely fine, man. Kalulu is fine, man. He's gonna grow. We're not going to play Champions League to win it. So it's the perfect moment for him to get some experience, play. And next season he needs to play in Serie A as well to get some experience. Gabbia the same. We don't need to get another player.
I love Kalulu, but I think to rest our players to have the mobility, we should get another defender. But I guess we just disagree. But anyways, I just saw another comment in the chat talking about why we are trying to sell Romagnoli. 2 reasons. Well, one main reason is Raiola is his agent, and he wants 5 to 6 million. I think 6 million to renew the contract, and also Romagnoli is not a starter for us anymore. He's been outplayed by Tomori in that partnership. He made a lot of mistakes, and I think that the smartest decision would be he wants to go play and be a starter and be on the national team. So that's why we should get value from him to sell this summer.
And to think that 2 or 3 years ago, we rejected an offer from Chelsea for 50 million for him. I think back on that, and yeah, he's 15, 20 million now, which sucks, to be honest.
Nah, that's fine, man. Are we gonna close it, Roy? It's been 3 hours and a half, man.
Yes, I have still 20 minutes.
But we have to have a chat with Ari as well. Do you remember?
Right. Yeah. Let's just read the last comments and then.
Let's see what Luca is saying something. What is it? Those are different times. No, man, it's Kaladze wasn't a great player, man. I remember him. He wasn't a great player. He was a good squad player, but not like insane defender, man.
I agree with Antonio that we will need 4 defenders for sure. And I don't know if I would be very happy to rely on Kalulu or Gabia right away in the Champions League. We need at least one big defender, a third big defender. And if we get to keep Romagnoli, that's fine. That's fine. If he goes, we need to get someone else of the caliber, because if I think even someone wrote here on the chat, like let's say Chiara gets injured and you're playing against Barcelona, Kalulu, that's too much for him. Like Tomori, I trust him already.
Okay. Kalulu is too much. Which is good to go and buy and play for against Barcelona?
Somebody who is a starter,
like a Romagnoli.
Well, but someone good as a starter is not coming to be the second option of Kier, because 80% of the cases Kier doesn't get injured and that guy stays in the bench.
Oh wait, liar! To answer this question,
I don't know about that.
I think that for the Champions League, ideally we would be playing Chiara and Tomori as our starting lineup. If there's some situation of injuries or fatigue, and we get rid of Romagnoli in the summer and Caldara isn't there,
yes,
like if those happens, I think that we need to bring in a player, a defender. I think he should be. I mean, I think there should be a preference for someone with speed, but that's personally.
Okay, exactly.
And I think, I'm telling you, and the quality should be of right now someone who's starting in like either in like France or in one of those leagues that has experience.
But that's my question. Who is such a good player then is coming to AC Milan to be in the bench and play when our good player is not playing and still be better than Kalulu? Because I don't see that level of player existing.
I'm not saying
that Kalulu is right after Kiar as a quality.
I'm not saying
that's an exaggeration.
Kalulu doesn't have experience, but physically is like Kiar.
I'm not saying he has to be better than Kalulu, but someone who is more of like a center back. Because depends on who we have as a right back. But Kalulu, I don't want Kalulu to be our only substitute for the right end center back, is what I'm saying. Because what if we need a right back in like and we have a stretch of games where he has to play in all these the 2 different positions? I would feel more comfortable getting someone on the same level as Kalulu, but it's more like a specific center back position. I'm saying.
What do you guys think of Milankovic?
He's not bad, but he's very overpriced, I think. Like 35, 40, like they say 40 million. Like
he's not a world class center back. He's not a world class.
That's my whole point. You're not gonna get a world class center back for 10 million. You're gonna get someone that is like Kalulu. So keep Kalulu and play Kalulu. That's the thing.
No, I don't need a world class center back. I just need another center back that has potential. That we can get a good deal from, so we have enough center backs is what I'm saying.
But you have Caldara. If you want bodies, you have Caldara.
We have to see though, is he even decent and will he even play with all of the injuries? That's my problem with him. So we don't know.
I don't know, man.
I'm just making sure that we have enough center backs.
I mean, whoever center backs in from the 8th place onwards, like whoever one of those center backs would be fine too. Someone with experience, someone that is not going to crumble against a team like Barcelona. Someone that if he messes up a game, you're not going to like destroy his career. I mean, I know this is different time. I get it, but Milan had Maldini, Kaladze, Nesta, and Stam. I mean, those are 4 super top defenders, and they didn't even win the They didn't even win the Champions League with that team.
Maybe there's a center back in Sassuolo. He is called Marlon. He played very well against us, and ironically, he was at Barcelona as well. So I think he would be a backup at Milan if he comes from Sassuolo.
Yeah, but if he's a young player, he wants to play, man. He's not coming to AC Milan to be a backup.
I think he'll get an opportunity. Well, I mean, with our schedule, I think being a second choice player will still get you plenty of games.
I think it's time to be brave,
rotating
man. It's time to be brave and to consider Gabbia and Kalulu players that can actually start with AC Milan.
Like
Carlo Moretti agrees with you. He says Kalulu needs to play against these big teams. He will become a better player.
Guys, I just want to clarify. I'm not saying that I don't like Kalulu. I love Kalulu. I think he's a great signing. I think he was like only 500,000. I consider him a master signing for Maldini. He literally is on the French U21 Euro team, a very competitive team. He's a very good player. I'm just saying, if we're playing in 3 competitions next year, and if Caldara isn't going to cut it, if we end up getting rid of him and Romagnoli is going to probably leave anyways, I would like another center back on the same level as Kalulu that's young and not that expensive. Anybody like the comments Lovato would do. Just somebody okay that we can have just like for rotation purposes. I like Kalulu. I'm not saying we need someone world class. Just somebody in that sense. I like players.
I have something to ask you guys actually, because this made me think about it. But think about this. Maybe the solution, maybe Lyle is right. The solution is in our backyard. Because look at this, guys. Every single big defender in the under-21s that was a captain of the under-21 became a superstar. Cannavaro, Nesta, well, they played together. These players, Cannavaro, Nesta, Chiellini, and so forth, right? Guess who is the captain of the under-21 and who is the central defender of the under-21?
Kalulu.
Gabbia of the Italian national team. It's Gabbia. Right now, Gabbia is the captain of a team, and he is the il titolare fisso. Like they don't substitute him.
I think putting another defender on the squad is a clear signal on Gabbia and Kalulu. I don't trust you. It's simple as that. He's gonna walk on the training pitch and he's gonna see this new defender that is a backup to Tomori and Kier, and he's gonna think, "Well, I'm gonna play. I already don't play a lot because these are the first choices. If you put another one, I'm never gonna grow as a player, as a defender. Gabbia needs to play, needs to fuck up, he needs to make mistakes. We need to lose games with Gabbia so he can become a great defender. And Kalulu is the same.
I think showing Kalulu respect would be not signing another right back and letting him be the play right back more and letting him play when Calabria to rest Calabria and giving him game time like that. I'm just saying I want Kalulu to be more of a right back than a center back, and I want him to get games in his main position and that's why it wouldn't be disrespectful to bring in another center back to be more of a center back in those situations. That's my theory.
We need a left back for sure, like Salt.
No more like Salt.
Well,
really?
Oh, he's coming back, man. So.
Oh no, I don't want to see like Salt. Please no.
Played really well in the beginning of the season. I really was impressed with Gabbia at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, I mean the only reason why he stopped playing is because he got that injury, and then Tomori and Kier are the starters. And why do you want to change them if you played only once every week? But having this discussion that really opened my mind about Gabbia, because the relationship, the correlation between the under-21, the defender's captain, and the future. So who knows? Maybe the next Italian superstar defender is already in our backyard.
We have good defenders, man. We need just to let them play. And I really want AC Milan to invest their money forward, like on the wings and number 10 striker is over there. We are lacking over there, man. We go on the last 30 meters and we don't know what to do with the ball. And we're buying another center back. Are you serious? Please. We need a decent striker.
Or maybe we need a better coach.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, come on.
Well, that's gonna happen. Don't worry. Slowly, slowly, we're gonna get a world-class coach. Then he's gonna demand big players and stuff like that. But
what do you guys think of Smalling? Do you think he would be a good fit?
Kalulu is 10 times better, 10 times more concentrated, more prepared tactically. I've seen Smalling. Smalling doesn't know where he's in the pitch.
Real
Smalling,
fast.
Smalling just seems good because he's fast and he's physical. Other than that, he's a. I'm sorry for saying this, but he's a dumb defender. He's an idiot on the ball. His positioning is so poor at positioning.
Poor. Roma, I don't know. Even Mancini, the one who goes on the national team, the guy, he's really bad, man. Nothing compared to Kalulu, for example, or to the 3 defenders that Atalanta has. I don't know why the guy from Verona is not playing. They bought him for 20 million. He was even better than he's staying on the bench with Roma. There is good defenders is almost impossible. Or you get a top class, or you get a shitty one. Something that actually, with perspective, is really hard.
Hey guys, let's end the stream in exactly 8 minutes from now. So at 4:30 Western Pacific time. So let's just take these last comments here, guys. Do any of you know Vizquerquez, player from the Milan Academy? I do not know who he is.
No.
Lexalt played good again. No, Lexalt, thank you. As a right back, we can have Dalot. So Dalot seems to be going, right? So Dalot seems to be going. Every time Gabriel came in, he played well, especially in his debut for Torino. If Kalulu plays right back, Gabriel will become our 4th central defender with CL, Coppa Italia,
Guys,
Serie A.
I have to head out. Thank you so much.
Antonio, thank you so much. Thank you. We'll see you again.
Bye, guys.
Ciao.
Bye.
Carlo Moretti reiterates he believes that the defense is fine. We need goals. Goals wins us games. And guys, interrupt if you have anything to say about the comments I'm reading. Hisaya looks like the one Milan is going to sign. He can play both right back and left back if the law goes back to Man United. He'd be a good second choice, yeah.
Yeah, it's for free agent.
We just need a. Oh, really? Okay, that's good. We just
2
need.
million. He wants 2 million a year.
That's good to have him on the bench. Yeah, hell yeah.
And
we just need
right and left.
Yeah, we just need a backup for left back. So Christian Pazmino, I think he said this earlier. We didn't get to his comment. He says, in the new season, isn't there an African tournament coming? So aren't we losing Kessie and Benacer during the season? If so, yes, we will lose them during the Christmas period.
I don't think this is gonna happen. Maybe I'm wrong.
It's not going to happen. The African Cup Nations.
For the COVID issue.
Gotcha. Smalling sucked against us. That's my litmus test. Ooh, my days. You have crossed the line. Mancini sucks. Get hella out of here. Which Mancini?
Nothing special. Sucks is a big word. Nothing special. I don't think he's an incredible player. That's it.
Nice. Mancini, the Roma player?
Yeah, the defender.
I wouldn't mind having Mancini on the bench.
Well, he doesn't want to be on the bench. He thinks he's a good player.
Right. Let Maldini do the cooking. A steal from our cousins and Bastoni, De Vere, Spinner would be perfect. Bastoni, man.
Jesus
and
Christ.
Bastoni, I'll change the formation for Bastoni. Actually, that guy.
Imagine a future defensive partnership of Tomori and Bastoni. Oh my God.
That's good.
Them.
That's very good. That's a perfect combination of quality and quantity. That's very good. Christian Pazmin says we will need a left back for Tevo. Remember, there were some games he wasn't the best at all. So maybe a person who can be a left back, like a central back. If the law is gone, then we must bring another fullback. Yes, of course. Karakas is Hungarian, highly rated in Hungary, considered as a big thing. Okay.
Well, hopefully. Hopefully, it's gonna be a big thing.
Yeah, I really hope this academy becomes much bigger. Guys, let me just play this for good luck. Where is it? I love to play this one because it has the guys. It has Kakaber Kaladze celebrating the Champions League. Kaladze holding that trophy up in the air.
And there was that Danish guy, Larsson, I think.
Larson.
No, how is called that blonde Danish guy that used to play center back with AC Milan?
Larson,
yeah. And so, and he won the
He was good.
well.
He was good.
He was good, yeah.
He was good. Yeah.
That's insane.
No, the Danish
Solid.
Denmark has some really solid players.
Guys, I have a question for you both because I didn't see Milan obviously in the mid 2000s.
Yeah.
Did you consider Serginho, the left back, world class? Is Theo like a Serginho or what exactly? Because I heard so much about him.
Serginho was good. You want to go, Roy? I'll tell my opinion about it.
Was he world class?
Was he world class? That's a good question. The problem that when Serginho was playing in that position, you had Maldini, you had Roberto Carlos, you had a lot of big players. I think the best thing to say is that Serginho would be world class today with all the left backs today. But he was one of the key players that propelled Milan in the beginning of that cycle. Was he world class?
I'll tell you, because I remember the left backs at that era. So Serginho, first of all, he came at the age of 25, 26 to AC Milan from Brazil. And so at the end, when AC Milan started to win everything, like Champions League and everything, he was at the end of his career. He was like probably 35, 36 years old. So, but
hold on, like the 2000 in 2003, I don't think he was in his 30s.
He was quite old. For example, in 2005, he was quite old. He was 34, 35.
Okay.
In 2000, he was he was kind of around 31, 32. So Serginho, at that time, you had Roberto Carlos was better than him. Maldini was better than him. And who else? Juventus had Lilian Thuram on the right, but on the left, nothing incredible. They had Pesotto or Birindelli, so Serginho was still better.
Wasn't Lilian Thuram a center?
Huh?
Lilian Thuram played on the right also, not just as
yeah, on the right and on the center as well.
Yeah.
He used to do both of them. With France, he was playing on the right, actually. Going back to Kalulu, he can do both of them. And I remember Bayern Munich had Salihamidzic. Lizarazu was the French guy. Salihamidzic on the right and Lizarazu on the left. And Ashley Cole was really good. Ashley Cole was insane on the left.
He is the best left back of this generation, Ashley Cole.
So Serginho played about 9 years in Milan. So he came in the 99 season when he won the Scudetto in 99. I remember him in the period in which Milan was building. And he was a key part of the team when Milan was building into the 2003 team in 2004, 2005. Then after that, he became a bench player. But even around 2004, 2005, Seedorf kind of took his spot. But yeah, between 99 and 2004, Serginho was one of the most important players for AC Milan.
He was quite fast. He was really fast. Way better technically than a lot of left backs right now. Even better, way better than Theo Hernandez technically. He was a dribbler. He could dribble everyone, and the cross was always on top.
His cross was perfect.
I saw many clips of him running. No one could catch him. What the
was
hell? No
really
one could catch him.
No, he had great speed and he had dribble. And that demolition 6-1 against Inter, Serginho was man of the match on that game. He was man of the match. He demolished Inter that game. But
Like-
yeah, like his cross was super.
was perfect, man. Was a proper Brazilian. And they used to call it Concorder, Serginho. You're too young, but the Concorde was that plane that used to do
Concorde,
London
right.
to New York in 2 hours and a half. That was the fastest plane in Earth, something like that. That's why they used to call it Concorder, Serginho Concorder.
Yeah.
It was really good. Really, a lot of quality. Considering that you had to deal with competing with Maldini, and the Serie A was insane at that time. So, but he had always injuries, physically not completely fit, stuff like that.
Now, how would you differentiate from Fernandes? I don't know, to be honest with you. I think
He was more clever than Theo Hernandez.
Yeah, I think he was. Yeah, he was more tactical for sure.
He knew what to do with the ball on the last 30 meters. He was really clever. Even the cross, he was always finding the striker to cross the ball.
I would say this: when Serginho played on the wing, he was a proper winger. He was like a proper winger. I don't think Fernandes is like a hybrid kind of player. He's a very unique kind of player. But I think Serginho wasn't even the second choice in Brazil. I think Serginho was like the third choice in Brazil at that time.
He did a career choice. I remember he quit the Brazilian team at that time.
In 2001, I'm sure, yeah.
Yeah, because he realized that the competition was quite high anyway. So Serginho is the typical Brazilian left back. Like Marcelo, Roberto Carlos. They're going to be insane on the attacking side. They're going to attack like a proper wing. Defensively, they're going to lose a bit. Theo Hernandez is similar like him, but he has is a bit more raw material. It needs to refine a bit more to become kind of...
If only Theo Hernandez was just a bit smarter, he would be unstoppable. Yeah. He pisses me off sometimes with his decision-making in the final third. Seriously.
Well, he's French. He's not Brazilian. What are you going to do? I'll say hi to all the French friends that are listening to us.
All right, guys, listen, we're going to close the stream. Guys, it's been amazing. We've almost, we have 4 minutes go to 4 hours. So let's just do four more minutes to cap it off at 4 hours. Awesome stuff, guys. A lot of topics today. A lot of things to talk about in the Milan universe, and I think we literally gone through all of them, and we all said our piece. But there's always more. There's always more. So Saturday, I believe, Lart, you and Arya are going to have a watch along for the final.
Okay.
Lart, you've called Chelsea to be the winner before Chelsea was even in the quarterfinals, I think. So good job, Lart. Very good job. Well done. And let's see who wins that game. And then we're going to keep on doing our weekly podcast. We're going to do videos, transfer market, and all that. But guys, please remember to like, share, and subscribe. Please like, and all that good stuff. So those are my last words, guys. You give your last words, and then we can finish.
Oh, Forza Milan, man. And good moment. Serginho doing a 6-0, 6-1 against Inter. That was a great moment.
Yeah, I asked because I watched the highlights of the game again, so I just wanted to be sure about this player one more time. Just to tell something, people don't believe everything in the news. They're just trying to create bullshit, especially in a time where people need clicks and money. Just be clever with your thinking, and everything will fall into place, basically.
Yes, I like that. Okay, we have. Let me just read these few comments here. We're going to get more news today. You can bet it. Mercato season is already. It's crazy how much news we got in the past 3 days. It's absolutely insane. Real quick question, Lart, I know you're not a big fan of international competitions, but are you excited about the upcoming international competitions?
Yeah, I'm excited, and I'm curious to see some new players, because it's a good opportunity to watch some players and see how they behave on high pressure, because it's a high pressure at the end of the thing, and then you need to play well. So you see more in this type of competition. You see more the personality. Who has the personality to play on tough games? You don't see the quality more.
Yes.
Going back to the market, because a lot of teams are broke, I think everything is going to happen in the last 2 weeks, a month. Like, a lot of things are going to happen.
Yeah, for sure. I'm actually also very excited about the under 21s, and I will be following that. So I'll be kind of following the under 21s and do some content about that. Saif, are you excited about the upcoming tournaments? What do you think?
Well, I'm not really excited for the Euros. I'm just gonna watch it for fun. I'm excited for the World Cup though, because I'm part Moroccan, and I hope my team does well in the World Cup because we have so many exciting players, especially in the attack. And yeah, only the World Cup for the national team. Other than that, nothing really. Only Milan.
Nice. Only Milan. Nice. Who are the best players aside from Salah? Who are the other players from Morocco that are?
Salah is Egyptian.
Salah is Egyptian.
Sorry, my bad. Who are the other players with?
You have Yusuf Al-Nasiri. He is one of the top scorers in the La Liga this season. You have Hakim Ziyech, who's the Chelsea playmaker. You have Soufiane Mrabat. He's the CDM for Fiorentina. Ashraf Hakimi.
Is he Moroccan or French?
Hakimi is Moroccan.
Oh wow, okay.
You also have Yassine Bono, the starting goalkeeper of Sevilla. So yeah, we have a strong team.
Nice. Awesome. Cool. Good. All right, guys. Having said that, it is 4 hours right now. So thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. We will see you again during the week. Forza Milan. Arrivederci a tutti. Ciao.
Forza Milan. Let's see if Ari is coming.